Good morning, everyone. And I hope that you sleep well and relaxed, that we can continue on our second day of the conference. On the first today's session, we have two speakers, Samuel Stevens and Emil Lelic. And the panel, this is the third panel, it is entitled Political and Intellectual Currents. Samuel Stevens is our first speaker, and he will give the lecture or presentation about parallel lives of two Ottoman Bosnians, Hasan Kafi al-Kisari and Garibolu Mustafa Ali. And Emin Lelic will, some of his paper, I think that we have heard the concept of paper on the first day during the introduction of the conference. And Emil Lelic is going to give the paper about governor generals and courtiers, disastrous entrenchments between center and periphery. Now I would like to welcome our first speaker, Samuel Stevens, to you.
Thank you for having me. It's very nice to be in Sarajevo for the first time. Yeah, okay. I think that's better. Okay. All right. Next slide, please. The lives of Ottomans remain somewhat elusive, with the extensive archival documentation that survives, often leaving few traces of the people and motives behind them. The Ottoman archives provide important insights into structural issues such as taxation, administration aspects of political history, yet occlude as much as they reveal with their coded bureaucratic language. Studying the personalities of the military administrative class of the Ottoman Empire and their decisions becomes all the more important when dealing with the tumultuous period of the late 16th century, when Murad III's reign inaugurated decades of wars both with Safavid Iran and the Habsburg monarchy in Europe, Jalali revolts in the provinces, and major economic crisis. Personalities and contingency became all the more important. Amidst these crisis years, Gelibolu Mustafa Ali and Hasan Kafi al-Kisari emerged as astute observers of imperial problems, writing treatises on governance, and both were of Bosnian background. In this paper, I will examine their respective treatises and their careers to analyze important themes of the late 16th and early 17th century Ottoman Empire, first being generational tendencies common between the two authors, the second one being the role of Bosnian identity and the conception of jins, or ethnic identity more broadly, and their interpretation of the circle of justice. By closely examining these authors, we can more clearly understand both the tumultuous late 16th century and how the Ottomans themselves understood the crisis. Gelibolu Mustafa Ali and Hasan Kafi al-Kisari were born within a few years of one another and spent their early formative periods during the last 2 decades of Suleiman's reign, which became the reference point for ideal governance. They were not entirely wrong to do this, as Murad III and Mehmed III's reigns, so 1574 to 95 and 1595 to 1603, respectively, did mark a downturn in Ottoman military capabilities and economic strength. In the introduction to his Council for Sultans, Mustafa Ali writes, quote, "For the mighty Sultan has abandoned the principle of togetherness that was sponsored by his great ancestors. His personal interference to stop oppression are no more feasible." Hasan Kafi, writing about 15 years later in 1595-96, gave precise dates for the emergence of disorder in Bosnia and the Ottoman frontier regions to the north, and he points to 1572 precisely. The educational backgrounds of both authors provide some clues as to why they perceive the empire's change of fortune in such drastic ways. Both Mustafa Ali and Hasan Kafi received extensive education that provided them a way into the Ottoman elite class. Ali was educated in the Istanbul madrasa system toward the end of Suleiman's reign from 1557 to 61, where he became associated with leading figures from earlier in Suleiman's era, such as the chancellor and historian Jalazade Mustafa Chalabi, who died in 1567. Hasan Kafi had a similar educational background, beginning it a little bit later and during the reign of Selim II, 1566 to 74, and studied with a number of leading scholars from his period. These formative experiences during a high point of Ottoman learned culture and the memorialization of Suleiman late in his reign must have left a profound impression on both men. Their generational position made them predisposed to idealize the age of Suleiman, whereas authors like Jalazade Mustafa were more critical and circumspect and were candid about the kind of friction and corruption among the viziers, and in Jalazade's work that becomes that's pretty openly stated in some of the campaign chronicles about Rhodes and the Belgrade campaigns. The chroniclers that came after Hasan Kafi and Mustafa Ali's generation, such as another Bosnian, Ibrahim Pechevi, who lived 1574 to 1650, had no personal connection to Suleiman's age, directly that is, and interpreted history in light of the decades of the early to mid 17th century, which also had a lot of political instability. Next slide, please. The respective careers of both men during a period of crisis and also transformation within the Ottoman elite made their Bosnian identity a theme of their works. Hasan Kafi's autobiography emphasizes his Bosnian roots, as his ancestors became Muslims during the reign of Fatih Sultan Mehmed. He writes of his grandfather Davud, who was a Ghazi who fought in military campaigns and died in combat in a siege against a Croatian fortress. After his education, he remained in Bosnia or nearby regions for the majority of his career, either as a Qadi or a teacher. Mustafa Ali's origins are less explicit, but his writings strongly suggest a Bosnian background as Ottomans of a Bosnian and also Croatian descent are depicted as exemplars. While ethno-regional identification and solidarity probably existed in the empire before the mid to late 16th century, it became more explicitly stated during the period of Hasan Kafi and Mustafa Ali. The empire's educational institutions made efforts to create a culturally coherent Ottoman administrative class, but did not necessarily expunge the earlier identities. Ottoman elites, Balkan or other origins, are reported to have retained their mother languages and relationships with their families of origin, even if they were conscripted through the Devshirme. And they also formed networks of solidarity based on ethnic ties. These issues of ethnicity in the Ottoman governing class became more pronounced in the late 16th century, owing to increased competition for these kind of military and bureaucratic positions, and also as into the 17th century, after the two figures I'm discussing died, you have new groups like the Georgians and Circassians that become more dominant in the state. On the other hand, Mustafa Ali and Hasan Kafi did view Bosnia itself rather differently. Mustafa Ali spent 7 years in Bosnia from 1570 to 77 as a timar holder, a feudal fief holder, which he regarded as essentially exile for someone of his education, and attempted to return to what he saw as the more cosmopolitan atmosphere of Istanbul. Hasan Kafi's autobiography is less detailed, but there are no indications of disappointment or desire to leave Bosnia, as he continually worked teaching or acting as a judge in Akhisar or in the surrounding regions. Mustafa Ali and Hasan Kafi were both of Bosnian origin or descent, but interpreted the place itself rather differently. And one reason is Mustafa Ali was not born there, as he was born in Gallipoli, but and praised the qualities of fellow Bosnians, but viewed a posting there as essentially a form of punishment. Hasan Kafi was, in contrast, comfortable with his position in Akhisar based on the available evidence, and appears to have had no desire for higher government rank or patronage by a vizier. It appears then that that Bosnian jin's identification did not necessarily entail a close affection for Ottoman Bosnia itself. And I would also like to mention, the jin's identification is not necessarily sort of a blind partisanship. Mustafa Ali is pretty critical of people like Lala Mustafa Pasha and Sokolu Mehmed Pasha, who were also part of the kind of Bosnian clique. The career paths of Hasan Kafi and Mustafa Ali therefore entailed government administration, and the works of both men were bound up with the Ottoman application of social and political justice. The political treatises of both men advocated for a hierarchical class-based society in which each class, the bureaucrats, the military, and the commoners, had both rights and obligations according to their station. Hasan Kafi, perhaps based on his experience as a judge in the frontier, devoted significant attention to the plight of the peasantry, especially during wartime. He wrote that in the 1590s, the peasants, freemen, and townsfolk were driven away to the frontiers, and because of war, the Spahi and common troops were neglectful in warfare, and negligent commanders disrupted the means of living. Mustafa Ali likewise had a concern for the peasantry, although one could read this as someone cynically trying to maintain his social status, as one scholar argues in his examination of Ali, saying one gets the impression that Ali's main concern is the function of a tax collecting system rather than the actual welfare of the peasants. Yet this seems rather reductive. Ali identified similar problems as Hasan Kafi, and while Ali was against the enrichment of the peasantry, this opinion was entirely logical within the Ottoman notions of political order. Peasants who left the land could not produce agricultural goods to feed and support the Timar-holding members of the military, and consequently, Ali wrote, the soldiers of Islam, on the one hand, lose their peasants, and on the other hand are forced to procure their daily bread, paying manifold price increases. And Ali was writing this at a time of severe inflation in the Ottoman economy. Hasan Kafi's discussion of military deficiencies offers additional criticism on the other side of the issue toward the Askari. The Qadi states that the Askari are supposed to fight and defeat the enemies of the empire, so that's not the problem, he says, but he is highly critical of Ottoman troops being unable to fight effectively, especially against the Habsburgs. He says, every time our enemies produce a new kind of weapon, they begin to overcome us. And he also wrote, even while using weapons from olden times, although it's not clear what kind of weapons he's referring to, he says the soldiers are negligent. The writings of both Hasan Kafi and Mustafa Ali offer insights into how Ottomans of the late 16th century conceived of the social and political order. While there was certainly a hierarchy of social and economic status, no class was above criticism except perhaps the dynasty itself, and each had their role. Even if one supposes that Mustafa Ali or Hasan Kafi wrote with cynical intentions, the ordering of society had deep spiritual implications as well that transcended just a secular understanding of governance. Hasan Kafi, al-Akhisari, and Gelibolu Mustafa Ali shared a common Bosnian heritage and generational outlook, with their ideas shaped by their upbringing during a relatively stable period, and later when their careers took place during a very difficult period in Ottoman history. Perhaps due to their age cohorts, both men tended to classicize the near past in a way that those who spent their careers directly under Suleiman did not necessarily. Jins, or ethnic identity, emerged as a dominant theme, whether in its explicit discussion vis-a-vis governance, as in Mustafa Ali's works, or more indirectly as indicated by Hasan Kafi's autobiography. Finally, they had similar views of Ottoman political order, and examine these questions during a time of intense military and economic challenges to the empire. By examining men like Hasan Kafi and Mustafa Ali in their time, we can develop a deeper understanding of Ottoman history that moves beyond the collation of data and recovers the voices and personalities of Ottomans themselves. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. I have adjusted the title a little bit of my presentation this morning, and to Kleinkrieg, which in German means the small war, or sınır mücadeleleri. Oh, very good. For centuries, the complex frontier between the Habsburg, Venetian, and Ottoman empires, the so-called triplex confinium, served as the first site of engagement in the long struggle to define and defend the borders of the three empires. Even during times of official truce and peace, the border remained in a continuous state of Kleinkrieg or small war. The imperial centers, particularly the Habsburgs and Ottomans, happily conferred a degree of semi-autonomy on their respective frontier lords to both defend the border against enemy intrusions and to carry out intrusions of their own into enemy lands. It was a respected, if violent, tradition in the border regions with its own heroic ethos. Yet, this flexible arrangement, with its obvious advantages, was not without complications and potential disadvantages. Although seemingly straightforward, relations between frontier lords and on opposing sides were complicated by their shared language, geography, and ethos. Relations between frontier lords and their respective imperial centers, that is, Istanbul and Vienna, were no less complicated. Here I would like to focus on the latter, particularly how power was negotiated between the provincial leaders and the imperial state. The full complexity of the arrangement came into focus during the governorship of Bosnia of an exceptionally inept imperial official. Historical chronicles variously describe him as ignorant, complacent, and incapable. Silahtar Vucho Mehmed Pasha was governor of Bosnia for just over 1 year, from 1638 to 1639. It was his first appointment following his graduation from the palace school. Nearly at every step he found himself unequal to his new task, which, to be fair, was a political maelstrom. His immediate duties included 1, subduing notorious Albanian mountaineers whose unopposed plundering of surrounding towns had encouraged a full-scale rebellion in the region. 2, rectifying an illegal Venetian occupation of Bosnian villages. 3, dealing with growing volumes of corruption perpetrated by imperial officials who enjoyed the protection of grand officials in the imperial capital. And finally, 4, managing the strife between Bosnian frontier lords following the capture of a moderately valuable Habsburg officer. In fact, the latter two issues intersected when the corrupt treasurer of Bosnia, Defterdar Mahmud, greatly exacerbated the internecine struggle between the frontier lords by involving the Sultan through a falsified report. The enraged Sultan ultimately issued a death sentence against all accused frontier lords, Serhat Beyleri, which the hapless governor was ordered to carry out. In character, Mehmed Pasha botched the whole affair and barely escaped with his life. Eventually, he was recalled by an exasperated Sultan who sent a more effective governor to take care of things. The deeper and overarching point, and the hero of the story, is the success of the Ottoman state. Despite the disabling incompetence of a regional governor, the cruelty of mountain brigands, the tenacity and brazenness of the frontier lords, the avarice-driven manipulations of regional officials, even sultanic impulsiveness, and the resulting confusion and violence, despite all of this, the imperial system continued to function. Perhaps not smoothly, but certainly in the long run, effectively. Furthermore, at this time, the Ottomans were involved in an exhaustive war with the Safavids. The full thrust of imperial resources was concentrated on the empire's eastern front, thousands of miles away from the Bosnian border. Nonetheless, the imperial machine in Bosnia was able to assert its sovereignty and ultimately mete out justice. So this was the first problem, the Albanian rebellion and the Ottoman-Venetian border dispute. Before diving into the so-called Bihać incident, named after the border fortification and town of Bihać, where it all began, a few words about preceding events will help set the larger regional context. Mehmed Pasha's first appointment appears to be directly connected to the increasingly audacious brigandage by Albanian mountaineers. In fact, the historian Naima calls it an outright rebellion, isyan. They had expanded their operations from robbing caravans in surrounding mountain passes to incursions into neighboring Bosnia. Such unpunished brazenness inspired neighboring Albanian clans to throw off their submission to imperial rule, itaatan çukup. The court appointed Mehmed Pasha to lead the Bosnian army against the Albanian rebels. As Mehmed Pasha duly set out to deal with the Albanian rebels, news of a Venetian occupation of 32 Ottoman border villages in Bosnia diverted his plans. The Pasha, however, was not interested in getting involved in such a complicated affair. Knowing the Venetians' abominable nature, wrote the historian Naima, Mehmed Pasha activated all his influence at court to remove himself from the situation through a transfer to a neighboring post in Osijek Muhafazası in order to avoid this frightful dispute, end quote. Clearly well connected, he succeeded. Meanwhile, local Ottoman officials put together a detailed report, including numerous testimonies, which was submitted to the imperial court. Although the situation was not resolved, proper proceedings were initiated. The court had been properly informed and it was now in their hands. In order to save face by avoiding the appearance of shirking his duties, while simultaneously ridding himself of the obstinately rebellious Franks, as he put it, Mehmed Pasha attended his previous command, suppressing the growing rebellion in the northern Albanian mountains. As the army reached the rebellious provinces, some Albanians submitted to Ottoman authority. Mehmed Pasha moved to subdue the notorious rebels on Mount Kelement. Perched on their lofty mountain tops, accessible only through narrow and difficult passages, these, quote, corpulent, courageous, predatory mountain people knew nothing beside killing and pillaging. They understood neither religion nor piety, neither sultan nor state. The mountain was their world, end quote. Instead of finishing the rebels, after a successful first confrontation by his vanguard, the Pasha left. Expecting monetary benefits, he set out to investigate some wrongdoing in a neighboring town, but decided upon arrival that it wasn't worth the trouble and headed back to the front. Following a bloody battle, the outgunned and overpowered Albanian rebels begged for mercy. The Pasha, tired of fighting, pardoned the rebels on the condition that they abandon brigandage, pay their taxes, and swear obedience to the Sultan. Despite his personal courage, Mehmed Pasha lacked political acumen in ways which endangered larger state interests. He ran away from his major assignment, the Venetian border dispute, clumsily completed the second, the Albanian rebellion, and, as will be seen, bungled the third, from which he barely escaped with his life, but not with his position. Nonetheless, the larger machinery of state carried on with business as usual, and things fell into place, despite individual cases of incompetence, even at the highest provincial levels. By way of setting the stage for this third incident in which Mehmed Pasha was involved, Naima, the historian, briefly mentions the continuous small war being waged on the border between the Habsburg and Ottoman empires. Habsburg soldiers and local irregulars regularly emerged from their frontier fortifications to cross into Ottoman territories, where they attacked local forts and districts. Those on the Ottoman side were not heedless, Naima adds, and reciprocated in kind. Thus, the border region experienced a continuous series of small battles, the infamous Small War. Interestingly, both empires were involved in major wars on other fronts during this time: the 30 Years' War for the Habsburgs and the Safavid War for the Ottomans. Yet, fighting along the Ottoman-Habsburg border continued unabated and had long become a regular feature of border life. The series of events that would involve the Sultan in a minor war between Ottoman imperial officials and Bosnian frontier lords began as something resembling a comedy of errors. The old and inexperienced commander of the Habsburg border, Gaspar Jankovic, sent his son Peter at the head of a mounted unit to pillage around the Ottoman fortified town of Bihać. The Ghazis of the border fortification, Kila Gazileri, upon receiving news of this incursion, a testament to their effective intelligence networks, immediately set out towards Bihać. The infidel, Naima writes, the infidel boy named Peter was drunkenly riding his horse. For a while, as he charged back and forth, this appeared to be a good strategy, for he dispatched numerous souls to their death. End quote. At last, however, presumably overcome by inebriation, he fell off his horse. Revealing yet another very interesting aspect of the Small War, we are told that the local Christian subjects who were present and armed with sticks stormed the field of battle and took the drunk officer prisoner. Presumably they too, like their Muslim counterparts, found border incursions disturbing and threatening. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Bihać pursued the remainder of the mounted invaders, unaware of Peter's capture. Frontier lords from neighboring towns who had rushed to confront the incursion, this is, by the way, so you get a sense of the landscape in which these battles were fought. Frontier lords from neighboring towns who had rushed to confront the incursion around Bihać saw what had transpired with Peter, and sensing, as Naima puts it, ready booty, hazir shikar, they took the prisoner from the Christian subjects. Bihać, the largest town in the region, disputed this action, for they felt the prisoner belonged to them. After all, they argued, it was they who had defeated the enemy and the prisoner had been captured by their Christian subjects. Now they demanded him back, but the Serhat Ağaları, the frontier lords, conspired to hide this, as Naima puts it, this fat booty from Bihać by shuttling the prisoner back and forth between their four towns: Krupa, Ostrovica, Cazin, and Kostajnica, and eventually deposited him in Cazin. The enraged captain, Kapudan, of Bihać went to Sarajevo, the capital, where he in turn conspired with the Bosnian treasurer, Bosna Defterdare. They spread a false report that Peter was the son of the emperor's flag bearer, Cesarin Alemdare, and in possession of 40,000 men. This caused great joy. The vizier of Buda and the governor of Bosna, both excited at this false prospect of a major catch, sent orders to the frontier lords asking for the prisoner. The frontier lords responded by saying, quote, "Our people and relatives are held captive by the enemy. We will exchange him for them," end quote. This raises a number of issues that merit some attention because they are at the heart of the complexities of life in the border region. The interests of the imperial center and the frontier lords were not always aligned, nor were those of the various frontier lords among themselves for that matter. First, the issue of the false claim. Presumably, the Bosnian frontier lords were unaware of this because they did not try to refute it at this time. The truth of the matter was certainly in their favor. This was a minor officer. As such, it was their customary right to exchange him for their own prisoners. Secondly, the degree of autonomous confidence in flatly refusing to fulfill the orders of their superiors in Sarajevo and Buda appears quite astounding, and even more so when we consider what followed. News of this situation reached the Sultan, who now requested the prisoner for himself, explaining that submitting high-ranking prisoners to the imperial threshold is an ancient law, Kanun-e Kadim. Uncowed, the frontier lords reasoned among themselves. Naima writes, they said, "Let's immediately set to work so it won't be without permission again." Naima continues, "They knew that Bucha Mehmed Pasha will be complacent, mütelais, and extracted an authorization, an ijazatname from Mehmed Pasha's steward, his Kethuda, who came to negotiate with Peter's father. They settled on 8 prisoners and 12,000 kurush, some of it in cash, some in silver dishes, goblets, and lamps. When a request for the prisoner arrived from the imperial threshold, the lords of the border forts responded, 'We have exchanged him for our prisoners.' At this point, it appeared like the frontier lords had successfully hedged their bets and manipulated the system in their favor. They pragmatically reasoned that the governor of Buda could not do much when faced with this accomplished act. It is likely that some or most of the ransom money lined the pockets of the complacent Mehmed Pasha, whose steward had negotiated the deal. Not everyone was happy, however. The aggrieved captain of Bihać and his ally, the ill-wishing, I'm quoting Naima, the ill-wishing treasurer for whom bribery was an inherent moral quality, Rushwet ila Mejbul, wrote a petition to the Sultan claiming that the frontier lords, with Bihać accepted, had, contrary to imperial orders, received 40,000 kurush for Peter. This was another false report now sent directly to Constantinople. The enraged Sultan, Murad IV, who excused Mehmed Pasha of being an idiot, or he put Duce Mehmed Pasha Umi Adamdir, ignorant, was less willing to excuse the frontier lords, whom he called infidels, kafir, for not obeying his command. An imperial decree was issued to Mehmed Pasha, ordering him to send the heads of the 6 leading frontier lords listed by name, together with the 40,000 kurush ransom to the emperor. And if you've heard in Bosnian folk songs and myth, the famous hero Mujo Hrnica, he was one of the 6 whose head was requested by Murad IV. It concluded, the imperial decree, quote, "If my slaves on the border, Serhatlu Kullarim, do not cooperate with you, execute all the inhabitants, Katli-am, of these fortifications. Kill them all," said the Sultan. On the decree was added an imperial edict, quote, "If you do not send the mentioned heads and the 40,000 kurush, and if there is a movement in opposition to my order, I will break you all," end quote. It is unclear whether this included the Pasha and his retinue or just the border guards, perhaps intentionally so. Meanwhile, Mehmed Pasha, Naima calls him a simpleton and ignoramus. He says, Duce Pasha bir Safdil ve Ummi Adam, had an equally incompetent household. He writes, Naima, I'm quoting, "His retainers and household were also ignorant and Albanian. They did not know how to keep a secret and divulged to the world that the Padishah issued a decree to break the border guards." So they divulged the secret. This reached the frontier lords, who made preparations to defend themselves. The situation had reached an impasse, and a turn to violence seemed inevitable. The frontier lords had no compunctions about turning their violence on the state, whose borders they defended when it came to defending their own interests. The Pasha now rode to Banja Luka, the seat of the Ottoman province of Bosnia and close to the border. In yet another terrible miscalculation, he took the corrupt treasurer Mahmud with him. The frontier lords, quote, setting ablaze with the fire of sedition, raised 5,000 to 6,000 armed men, end quote. Like a mighty flood, writes Naima, like a mighty flood that did not know a word of Turkish, they descended on Banja Luka, saying, let us go and see what the Pasha wants from us. The treasurer does not give us our full payments, ulufe, and hands out our prebends, dirlik, to his own coffee boys, kahve olanları. He's erasing our ranks, ağalık. We have been bearing so much oppression, jevr, and calamity, and troubling ourselves with guarding the border. Now he has slandered us with the Padishah. With calumny and false accusations, he has engineered an order against us. Why do we all deserve to be killed? End quote. The border guards surrounded the gubernatorial palace, requesting the surrender of the treasurer. The Pasha, however, smuggled the treasurer out of the city. This enraged the border guards, who attacked the Pasha's men. A fierce battle followed. The Pasha's guard, outnumbered but presumably better disciplined, broke through the border guards' ranks and put them to flight. Fearing a second attack, the Pasha issued an order to gather the Bosnian army in Sarajevo and send them to his rescue in Banja Luka. The people of Sarajevo, however, convinced of the border guards' righteousness and the notoriously corrupt treasurer's scheming, refused to fight what they called the Ghazis of Islam defending the border. Instead, they suggested that they capture the treasurer and surrender him to the border guards, thus putting an end to the whole affair. A second, more successful round of negotiations yielded a truce. It was agreed that an official letter outlining the border guards' position would be dispatched to the court. They added, quote, if our Padishah does not forgive us, and if he so wishes, we will capture Peter again and dispatch him to his court. Two of the sentenced frontier lords set out to present their case at court. They went all the way to Baghdad, where the court was campaigning during the siege, and presented their case. Sultanic justice was immediate. Mehmed Pasha lost his position as governor of Bosnia. The corrupt treasurer, whose manipulations had in the meantime grown beyond proportion, was sentenced to death. And the repentant frontier lords were pardoned on the condition that they recapture Peter and submit any seized possession to Istanbul. In the end, all was righted. The old system of direct sultanic justice, which guaranteed that every subject could have recourse to the sultan who would justly examine their case, was shown to be fully functional. It was also a nod to the ruling elite's martial ethos. A warrior sultan immediately recognized the valor and righteousness of his warrior class, even from the farthest corner of the empire. Thank you.
As our small tradition, before we continue to the questions and answers, I would like to give small credit to our participants and speakers who sent out certificate and some I hear that someone compares the position of Galibolu Mustafa Ali and Akhisari, and thank you very much, because their position is enormous in the Bosnian cultural history. And it is very interesting for me to hear that their view of Bosnia, Galibolu Mustafa Ali felt very strange to be here. He tried his best to go back to Istanbul, but Akhisari seems very, very familiar because he was born here. And what I would like to ask you, do we have any encounter documents that how did Mustafa Ali's family background help me his position in Istanbul? Do we have any documents about that?
I think his family, I think, were merchants, so he was able to gain like a basic education, and then he was able to get into the madrasa system. And his Bosnian identity is not really confirmed or explicitly stated, as I mentioned, but it can be inferred from the documents. So I think him being quite kind of removed by a few generations made him see Bosnia less as like a direct kind of home. I think you see that with a lot of diaspora communities today, that they don't have a direct link to where they come from necessarily, but still will identify as that wherever they come from.
Thank you very much. And also, when you think about Bosnia, it was a part of the Ottoman Empire. But something came to my mind regarding the war for Candia, or war for Crete, during the 17th century, when the Ottomans fought against the Venetians, and they cancelled all trade with Venetians at that time. But the Bosnians did not. For some time they continued to have trade with Dalmatian coast and Venetia directly, and later on came the document for the Ottoman Kurds saying that please, we are in the war, please stop this trade. So this seems to me like the Bosnians didn't see the war at the first time, war for Candia as their war, the Ottoman for their territory. Are there any encounters or documents that you can find that Bosnians fight against the enemy, that they're fighting not for the Ottoman Empire or to the Sultan, but they are fighting for the Bosnia as a territory, as their homeland?
Well, in the Kandyan War, of course, is very long. It's I think 3 decades. So, but at some point, let me address the first part of your question. I think you're right, and it's important to note that even though Bosnia is part of the Ottoman Empire, it's not, first of all, it's not like a modern state where every province acts uniformly based on what the capital says. It's much more, for various reasons, the lack of modern technology included, and its large size. A province like Bosnia had a lot of independence, and as I was trying to show in my presentation, sometimes they did their own thing and didn't care, and most of the time they could get away with it, because what could Istanbul do if they were trading? They could send letters saying stop trading with the Venetians, and they just keep trading, and then what's the next step is to send an army, but they don't have the army because the army is fighting in Crete, so they just do what they want. But I think the other thing is the flexibility of an Ottoman identity. It doesn't just mean being in Istanbul and doing what the Sultan says, but Bosnians, they were also Ottomans at this time, certainly the ruling elite, but they were provincial Ottomans and they had their own way of doing things. They did fight their own wars. Maybe the most famous example is Hasan Pasha Predojević, the governor of Bosnia, slightly earlier in the late 1500s, very late 1500s, who was a very energetic man, and he just kept attacking the Habsburgs and crossing the border. And in Istanbul, they were very nervous. They were telling him, stop attacking because you'll provoke a big war, but he didn't care. He kept fighting.
Thank you very much. And Yesterday, when I spoke with Samuel, that we are not for sure that Gelibolu Mustafa Ali was real Bosnian, his lineage to Bosnia is approved, but I told him that we don't need to prove, we just need some kind for Bosnians, Gelibolu Mustafa Ali is Bosnian. No, it's a joke, but and what I want to say in comment, rather to comment, that Gelibolu Mustafa Ali and other Bosnians that made their biography in Istanbul, that were very known to the wider scholars like Abdullah Bosnavi and Sudi and others, but they are not well known in the Bosnia. On the other side, Ahtisari is well known in Bosnia, but when you see the comments of his work in other languages, he's not that place that we exaggerated him in Bosnia. Just a comment.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. I mean, when I've been doing research on Ahtisari, I see a lot of work from Bosnian scholars that show his place. I think he does deserve a lot of credit in a Bosnian context. But then in the Ottoman literature, they tend to not really focus on him, even though, especially his Usul Hikem fi Nizam al-Alam is like really widely copied. Had a long reception. But I think there the issue is from the other side, where the Ottomanist scholarship tends not to look at the author, but the work as only like a genre expression. So they don't appreciate necessarily the kind of the person behind it and their sort of context. And that's what I was hopefully trying to bring out. Yeah.
Just the direct question: do you think that Bosnians are exaggerating the position of Ahtisari in the history of culture, in the history of, scholarship in the Ottoman Empire, of the knowledge? Yeah.
I don't really know. I don't have a good answer for that. I mean, for his advice treatise, I can say it seemed to have been fairly influential. Like I said, it was copied a lot and copied for many centuries. So it was certainly, that text was quite popular. So I think he had a degree of popularity, if we can use that term in a manuscript context.
Thank you. And commenting the Gelibolu Mustafa Ali is best known to me by his work on calligraphers, and I found only one Bosnian calligrapher in his book. This is really strange. But for the later biographies of Ottoman calligraphers and all Bosnian calligraphers, his mentioning this only one is very important for us. And another question for the Professor Leric is something when we think about Bosnia as a borderland, and the border between the Habsburg, or better to say Croatia, and there is one special, I don't know how to say, but communication between the commanders, the army between the Bosnians and the Croats, and they sent to each other what is called borderland letters, or in the Bosnian Krajiška pisma, that were the letters to the commanders, to the army, not written in Arabic, but rather in the Cyrillic that was known to the Bosnians and Croats. And they show really respect to each other. Even they fought against each other.
This is a really incredibly interesting and to me very beautiful tradition, where the people, the soldiers on the other side, on the Habsburg side and the Ottoman side, who fought against each other, had immense respect for each other, and there's a whole, I think Leyla Nakash edited a series of letters that they write to each other, and they call each other my brother and so on. And for example, there are very strange incidences where, let's say someone from the Habsburg side, a Catholic, gets captured, and then if someone who respects him a lot from the Bosnian side will free him, and they become blood brothers sometimes and help each other out. To me, it's because they have the same ethos. They have a kind of heroic ethos. They're both martial, aristocratic warrior peoples, and they see in each other a reflection. So it's like in the Greek, in Homer, one hero can respect his enemy if he's also a hero, but if his enemy is not courageous, then he cannot respect him. And there's a very beautiful saying in that region, in Kraina. They say, everybody respects a courageous person, but a coward, even his own mother, is ashamed of him. So.
Thank you very much. And just one more question for Dr. Samuel. Do we know anything about the cycles that the friends about Akhisari and Gelibolu Mustafa Ali, were they the more Ottoman, about Akhisari in Istanbul, during his period in Istanbul, were there more Bosnians or more Ottomans, and compared to the cycle that the friends of the Gelibolu Mustafa Ali, who did they prefer to?
It's kind of hard, I think, to sort of tabulate, and also, like I would say, trying to position like a Bosnian versus like an Ottoman can be difficult because the identities kind of coexist, and you can be of Bosnian or Albanian or whatever extraction, but you're still in the system. So, and then there's also Ottoman grandees where we just don't know their ethnic background, or they were maybe. Especially for like the ulama, maybe of an Anatolian background where it's not clear. So I would say, I guess it's kind of a multi-layered identity, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. What was my point? Because one of the Sarajevo writers during the 18th century, he wrote that one of the Bosnian noblemen behaves like a true Ottoman. So they see that someone tries to be real Ottoman, even he has Bosnian origin. And now, last question for Professor Ledic. Could you compare the historical sources about description of Bosnia and Bosnians? Are there any differences between the Ottoman sources and, let's say, a Western or Croatian one? How are there any differences? Are there any place to discuss about these things?
You mean from yesterday, the description of Bosnia?
From this perspective, from these Western sources, maybe.
I haven't really encountered in European sources descriptions. Maybe there are. I don't know, but probably if one were to extrapolate from the letter exchange, given the respect that was shown to the Bosnian border frontier lords, probably it was something along similar lines, the way that the Habsburgs thought about Bosnians. And we know from the much later period when Bosnia was incorporated into the Habsburg Empire, there was during World War I, Bosnian soldiers were highly respected by the Habsburg army and generals. So I think there is this continuity. Yes.
Thank you very much to both of you. Now I would ask are there any questions in the audience to our presenters? If there are any. Okay, thank you. Professor Hadžimilić, okay.
Zahvaljujem se izlagačima. Ja bih samo postavio jedno konstruktivno pitanje. Gledajući ono što su nam predstavili Bosnu u tom vremenu i njihovo mišljenje kako vide Bosnu u današnjem vremenu, povezujući sa onim vremenom u kojem je bilo, sa onim što su već mogli da kažu, ako mogu odgovoriti na to.
Professor Hadžimilić would like to ask both of you, because this is one of the points of this conference, and to make the connection, because Bosnia it was and still is the contact zone between the scholars and the one of their, say, points was, what is your, how do you see Bosnia during the Ottoman period, and how do you see Bosnia now? Your just comment.
I think Bosnia and the Balkans generally really deeply shaped the Ottoman Empire, and it was, had a lot of independence and a lot of uniqueness, but, I think that incorporation of the Balkans affected the way the Ottomans kind of saw themselves and the institutions that they had to develop. So in terms of Bosnia today, I think, like a lot of the former empires, like the Ottoman Empire, the Habsburg Empire, was, I think, kind of a traumatic experience for those empires to break apart, and that's, and the rise of kind of nationalism in the 20th century has changed a lot. But I'm not an expert on modern sort of history, so I hope that's satisfying.
Thanks a lot.
I think yesterday my dear friend Ömer Faruk Efendi brought a new book that was published that listed all the medreses in Bosnia during the Ottoman period. And just that book is one example, but we have the first things Gazi Usrebek built was mosque, but he also built a medresa and a Hanukkah, let's not forget. And as I noticed yesterday, the Hanukkah building is bigger than the madrasa. What does it mean? But the bigger point is that the Ottomans invested in raising a generation, many generations of people who were both spiritually enlightened and well educated. And I think that's what created the high culture that we see. And can I have permission to add a little pet peeve? I think it's important for us to start thinking of Bosnians during this time as Ottomans, because it's very strange to me when people from Turkey come here and they say, Ecdadim is our grandfathers built this mosque, Gazi Usrebek mosque. And you're thinking, what are you talking about? Gazi Usrebek was Bosnian. The Bosnians were Ottomans. It wasn't people from Anatolia who came here and brought these buildings and this culture, but they developed their own culture, taking what the Ottomans had brought. And in regard to Professor Hadjimelić's question in the future, I would say some kind of parallel process, of course adapted to the modern period, to invest in younger people, to give them a very fine education that also has a spiritual component in it, which is what the Ottomans did.
Thanks a lot about mentioning Gazi Usrebek, and I have my own explanation, because he built the biggest, in that time, Gazi Usrebek mosque, as I know, was the biggest mosque, not to say Ottoman, but it is Ottoman mosque in the Balkans in that time. And this is very interesting, because his family lineage goes back to the, as we know, Bosnian Middle Ages noble family, and on the other side, from his mother's side, he was the Ottoman. And I see the Gazi Usrebek mosque as the merge of these two families, two traditions. And I know that there are some political issues that he chose Bosnia to stay here, but I think that also he saw Bosnia as his fatherland, and this is the Bosnians saw Bosnia as this encounter that I mentioned, that one of the noblemen tried to behave like the Ottoman. So and also they are, when the Ottomans came to Sarajevo, they say that in Sarajevo you can find Bosnian Turkish, this specific way. There's some say mistakes, but they have own pronunciation of the Turkish words in Bosnia. And thank you very much and I would like to invite you for a small coffee break before we continue on our second session. Thank you very much.
you
Test, radi. Ok. Now we can proceed with our fourth panel, second panel of the day. It's entitled Sufism, Mobility and Authority. Since we have three presenters, I'm going to introduce them all individually when their time comes to present. Our first presenter is Saadet Demiroğlu from the Atatürk Institute for Modern Turkish History at Boğaziçi University, and the title of her presentation is Ottoman Surveillance of Sufi Mobility in 19th Century Bosnia.
Thank you. Hello. This study forms a part of my broader dissertation project and represents early and limited attempt to understand the patterns of dervish mobility in 19th century Ottoman Bosnia. At this stage, I have worked exclusively with archival documents without integrating other sources or cross-referencing with wider language. My aim here is to produce a full is not to produce a full historical narrative, but to outline some initial patterns by focusing on document types, language, and spatial trajectories. Through these archival materials, I explore how Sufi movements toward Bosnia were facilitated, recorded, and legitimized within the framework of Ottoman bureaucracy. The findings presented should be seen as provisional and exploratory. They provide a starting point for further research and will later be expanded through additional materials and contextual analysis. In conducting my research, I worked primarily with the Ottoman archives in Istanbul. Although my initial search started with documents from the early 1800s, I decided to focus more closely on the period after 1826. This year stands out because it marks the evolution of the Janissary Corps and the closure of Bektashi order, the developments that signaled a new phase, how Ottoman state began to observe and regulate Sufi institutions more actively. Using a set of targeted keywords, I searched for documents that mentioned both Bosnia and Sufi-related terms. This led me to go through around 936 pages of archival material, which corresponds to nearly 9,000 document summaries. From that larger pool, I selected 101 documents that directly relate to Sufi travel and mobility. While working through them, I started to see certain recurring patterns, like similar phrases, routes, and administrative styles, which I grouped into main themes. In Islamic tradition, travel has always carried a certain religious and social legitimacy. It wasn't only about pilgrimage. Muslims throughout the history traveled for many reasons, seeking knowledge, visiting sacred places, connecting with spiritual guides, or simply maintaining family and community ties. These journeys were often seen as a way to grow both spiritually and personally. For Sufi dervishes, especially traveling became a part of their inner discipline and religious life. Moving from one place to another allowed them to build connections, deepen their understanding, and spread their teachings. So when we talk about mobility in Islam, we are also talking about a widely accepted and respected form of religious engagement, one that was deeply rooted in individual practice and broader community life. One of the key questions I explored in this research was why Sufi dervishes were on the move. The archival records show us their travels were rarely random, most were spiritually motivated and deeply tied to the religious duties. For example, some sheikhs traveled during sacred months like Ramadan or Holy 3 months to preach and provide religious guidance. Others set out on long journeys simply for their inner devotion, discipline, and spiritual education, often accompanied by fellow dervishes. Another common reason was visiting the tombs of significant Sufi figures or traveling to meet the other sheikhs. A good example is Gül Baba's tomb in Budin, which became a frequent spiritual destination for Qadri dervishes passing through Bosnia. There were also more personal motivations, such as visiting family members or returning to one's hometown, known in Islam as Sıla-i Rahim. These were often treated as valid religious journeys. The travelers received formal support from the state. What we see here is a fascinating mix of spiritual duty and rhythms of dervish mobility. In this part of the study, I focus on the formal language and document types used by Ottoman administration to authorize, classify, and regulate the mobility of Sufi sheikhs and dervishes, particularly in relation to Bosnia. Drawing from 101 archival documents between 1826 and 1875, I examine how terms such as buyuruldu, mürür tezkiresi, yol mektubu, tavsiyename, and şukka functioned as bureaucratic tools within the broader state mechanism. By tracing the language patterns and shifts in terminology, I aim to understand how the Ottoman state both monitored and facilitated the religious mobility through its administrative vocabulary. This analysis could allow us to see how spiritual movement was not only permitted, but also inscribed into an official framework of recognition and control. Among 101 archival documents analyzed, you see the most frequent type was the travel letter, yol mektubu, appearing in 43 cases. These documents were issued to facilitate the mobility of dervishes by formally requesting respect and logistical support during their journeys, reflecting a bureaucratic routinization of spiritual travel. The second most common were the letters of recommendation, tavsiyename, which is 9, which carried a softer and more decentralized administrative tone, usually suggesting that the traveler be treated with respect and offered assistance. This shift indicates a polite and indirect bureaucratic language, especially visible in the later decades of the 19th century. The imperial orders, buyuruldu, 6 documents, were high authority decrees issued by senior Ottoman officials, often for prominent sheikhs from spiritually prestigious centers such as Mecca or Medina. And this is suggesting the symbolic capital of religious status. Short petitions, shukka, which is 5 documents, served as a brief request for the assistance or acknowledgement, frequently using passive phrases, such as, he is recommended to be helped. The less common transit passes, mürür tezkiresi, which is 3, were seen mostly in earlier years, representing mid-century bureaucratic language used to formalize passive right. Finally, 19 documents remained unspecified in typology, often due to the ambiguous phrasing or missing headers. These may include correspondence or indirect support letters and needs further examination. In this table, there's a summary that distinct types of bureaucratic documents used to regulate and facilitate the mobility of dervishes in Ottoman Empire, specifically in relation to travel toward Bosnia between 1826 and 1878. Each document type reflects a different level of formality. And buyuruldu, issued by high-ranking officials, represent the most formal and commanding tone, typically reserved for the prestigious figures such as sheikhs from Mecca or Medina. In contrast, yol mektubu, travel letters, and tavsiyename, recommendation letters, show a medium to low degree of formality and adopt a supportive and polite tone, often issued by state or local offices to ease dervish movement through administrative boundaries. Shukka, usually submitted by individuals, carries a low degree of formality and requesting authorities, whereas berat is highly formal and appointive document used to confirm religious appointments by the central state. Together, these document types offer insight to the layered and varied bureaucratic strategies of the Ottoman state used to manage Sufi mobility in this period, balancing central authority, localized governance, and religious legitimacy. In this part of my study, I shift focus to the spatial dimension of dervish mobility by analyzing place names mentioned in the archival documents. These records contain numerous geographical references that make it possible to trace how Sufi sheikhs and dervishes circulated across the Ottoman territories. Through this special analysis, I aim to highlight key departure points, transit zones, and terminal destinations, while also noting significant asymmetries in the travel directions. Rather than initiating flows, Bosnia appeared more often as a destination, a terminus within a broader trans-regional spiritual network. This special analysis will evaluate the symbolic, administrative, logistical importance the routes toward Bosnia. And here, this chart presents a spatial overview of the most frequently referenced cities in 101 archival documents analyzed. As seen, Istanbul stands out. The most cited location appeared in 50 documents. This prominence underscores its central role, of course, and the bureaucratic and spiritual departure point for many Sufi journeys. Salonika, with 24 mentions, appears as a key transitional zone, frequently serving as the intermediary checkpoint in travels toward Bosnia. Notably, Mecca and Medina, which together account for 32 references, highlight the sacred origins of many dervish roads. Interestingly, these journeys from Hijaz were entirely one-directional towards Bosnia, with no documents indicating movement in the opposite direction. Beyond this, Baghdad and Khorasan emerge as significant religious and doctrinal centers, suggesting affiliations with long-standing Sufi traditions. Meanwhile, cities like Varna, Shkodra, and Yanya appear as a broader Balkan and Anatolian transit corridors. Rumeli was the inclusive term for Balkans, we all know. These patterns reveal the geographical reach and complexity of Sufi mobility across the Ottoman Empire. At the same time, they indicate that Bosnia functioned less a point of origin and more as a terminal destination within these mobility networks. The spatial logic of these movements not only reflects the devotional character of Sufi travel, but also the administrative structuring and facilitation by the Ottoman state. Here, it's blurred, but I'm sorry. This graphic represents the directional flow of Sufi mobility across the Ottoman Empire toward Bosnia. And classified by tariqa. By analyzing the bureaucratic level permits and destination records, we observe a clear spatial logic in how dervishes and sheikhs journeyed. Istanbul and Salonika appear as the key bureaucratic and logistic transit zones, while cities like Mecca, Medina, Baghdad, and Khorasan signal the spiritual origins of travelers. And Bosnia consistently emerged as the final destination, indicating its role as a religious receptor zone in the periphery. Each colored route here represents the mobility pattern of the specific tariqa. Red is Qadiri order, blue Naqshbandi, green Rifai, purple Mevlevi, and orange Halveti order. This chart visualizes the distribution of three main types of travel-related documents, of course, travel letters, imperial orders, and recommendations, across 5 different cities mentioned in the archival documents. Istanbul, as the imperial center, appears as the main departure point and initiator of most dervish travels, with a significant number of travel letters and high-level orders. Salonika, serving as a transit zone and bureaucratic checkpoint, issues documents of various types, reflecting its intermediary role. Bosna, the most frequent destination, receives the majority of travel letters, of course. And Varna, while mentioned less frequently, functions as a transit city. Finally, Mecca and Medina Hijaz appear primarily as points of origin for spirituality, prestigious figures, although outside the central imperial bureaucracy still generate both formal and advisory documents for the travel in Bosnia. And in conclusion, this study offers a preliminary research, yet focused insight into the bureaucratically sanctioned mobility of Sufi sheikhs and dervishes toward Bosnia. during the 19th century Ottoman Empire. Through the analysis of 101 archival documents, it becomes evident that Bosnia functioned not merely as the geographical destination, but also as an important spiritual and administrative node. In the imperial periphery, the patterns of the document types, city references, and travel routes suggest that the Ottoman state not only monitored, but also facilitated Sufi movements through a widely ritualized and codified bureaucratic language. While the findings represented here based solely on archival documents and remain in the early stages of interpretation, they point a meaningful spatial and linguistic structures that shaped the experience of dervish travel. In future phases of my research, I aim to integrate comparative regional perspectives and expand the methodological framework to better understanding the religious, political, and social dynamics of Sufi mobility across the empire. This preliminary mapping serves as a foundation for further exploration into how mobility, devotion, and bureaucracy intersected in the Ottoman world. Thank you for your listening and patience.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker on this panel is Nihat Dostovic, who works at the Oriental Institute, which is affiliated with the University of Sarajevo, and the title of his presentation is a question: was Muniri Belgradi a genuine Sufi?
Greetings to everyone. Thank you for organizing this event and giving us opportunity to talk about our presentations and about our work. I didn't prepare a special talk for today because Muniri Belgradi and his work, Nisab al-Intisab wa Adab al-Iktisab, in Ottoman language is part of my dissertation. His life and this work are part of my dissertation at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul. So I picked up one topic that repeats constantly in modern contemporary scholarship, and that is what kind of Sufi Muniri Belgradi was, or was he indeed any Sufi? Let me firstly introduce him. His real name was Ibrahim, son of Iskender. That's according to Naima, who firstly mentions his name and surname in this order. He also says that he had a name Nurullah, but no other evidence confirms that he also was named Nurullah. Muniri Belgradi was his pen name that he was known through the Ottoman Empire widely, and he authored at least 19 different works in Ottoman Turkish language, in Arabic, and in Persian. He probably was born in 1540s and was a contemporary of Mustafa, Gelbul Mustafa Mahmud Hudai, the sheikh, the famous sheikh, and many others. Also, Hussein La Mekani was his contemporary, with whom he had mailing correspondence. He probably was born in Sremska Mitrovica, which is known to Ottomans as Dmitrovcha or Mitrovcha. It is in today's Serbia, northwestern Serbia, on the banks of River Sava. This is very ancient city that dates to the pre-Roman era. It was one of the capitals of the Roman Empire, and the memory of it was kept as far as the Muniri's time. He also speaks about some remnants some ruins that remained in Mitrovica from the Roman times in his works. As I said, he wrote 18 works. He most probably he had some origins from Bosnia, but most of his time, of his youth and childhood, he spent in the Mitrovica, studying with certain Ali Effendi and famous sheikh from Mitrovica, Muslihuddin, who was a Halveti sheikh and who took care of orphans, whose grave later became a site of visit. Later, Muniri settled in Belgrade and got employed at famous Yahya Pasha Zadeler medrese. It was one of the rare sultanic medresas. It was one of the medresas in the region with highest salary for its teachers. This might be one of the reasons why he settled in Belgrade. Thus, he gained his pen name Belgradi. We also know that some authors say that he was a Sufi sheikh. We do not know what kind of tariqa he was affiliated to, but most probably that he was affiliated to the Halveti order, that he was initiated into Halveti order by Sheikh Muslihuddin in Mitrovica. However, in some of his works, we find a lot of reference to Naqshbandi canon. So it's a big doubt if he belonged to the Naqshbandis or Halvetis. He is very critical of improper Sufis. He is very critical of Sufis who went astray, who didn't pray on the regular basis or didn't keep the Ramazan fasting. He is criticizing those Sufis. Hence, some modernist or postmodernist interpretations of him as very radical and questioning his Sufi affiliation or questioning him, was he a real Sufi? He, as I said, today we know that he wrote at least 18 works. I think that there are two more manuscripts, two more works, which we can attribute to him, but I'm still not certain if it is really authored by him or someone else who also had a pen name Muniri. Three most quoted works in contemporary scholarship penned by him are Silsilatul Mukarrabin, Manaqibul Muttaqin. It's the chain of men close to God, and lives or vitae of religious men. It's some kind of, it's a Manaqib genre. It's about lives of Sufis from Prophet's time to his time. It's about the Sufis who lived in the area of the Balkans and Anatolia. He makes the connection to the Sufis of first period, first era, and show the different phases. He links the Sufis of the Balkans and Anatolia to the first Sufis. He gave lives of over 100 Sufis and sheikhs in the region. Many of them are totally unknown. It seems that he himself interviewed many interlocutors. He had a first-hand knowledge. Okay. So he had a first-hand knowledge on those Sufis, particularly for the Muslihuddin Effendi and certain Mahmud Dede of Belgrade. It appears that he knew them personally, except, of course, Muslihuddin, whose student he was. The second most quoted work by him is Nisabul Intisab Ve'adabul Iktisab. It's the minimum requirement for affiliation and etiquette of acquisition. Here he talks about idea of futuvet, idea of guild organizations whose members had some kind of chivalric spirit, being kind of Muslim knights committed to the idea of Gaza through the performing some crafts, being employed as a craftsman, but also being pious Muslims. He is very critical of, in his work here, of those Sufis who went astray. This is the work where he criticizes those Sufis at most. He says that he knows some of them who do not pray 5 times a day, obligatory prayers. He says that they take some plants to intoxicate themselves, so they lose the mind. They sometimes quote some questionable verses that may bring them astray from the Tawhid, from the monotheism. But he also offers that classical method, classical idea of organizing the guilds and the Sufi orders. He's referring a lot to Ihya Ulumuddin of the Imam Ghazali. He refers to all 4 Imams of the Sunni branch of Islam. He refers to various authors from Khurasan and from Khwarezm. So he makes a connection to classical age of Islam. He frequently quotes Kushairi and Junaidi al-Baghdadi. They are the ideal Sufis for him, and Sufis in the Kushairi's Risala are all ideals of him. For him, he's very critical of a certain Sayyid Muhammad who had his work about guilds, how they should be organized. He considers it as a device for spreading the Shia ideas in the Ottoman Empire. And that's why he says that all those craftsmen who had all those books of self-proclaimed Sayyid Muhammad, they should burn them and take the new ones that are written in accordance of Sharia. This is about all in this work, Nisab al-Intisab. The third work that is the most quoted is Subulul Huda or Sabilul Huda, the pathways or the pathways of guidance. It's written in ordinary popular Turkish of his time. It's very simple language. It's very special genre. It's all about the basic Muslim rituals, about salat, about fasting, about the details how to perform those rituals, and it contains references to all jurisprudential or fiqhi works of classical authors. So he's bringing the Sunni canon into Turkish ordinary language, I would say, in this work. This is just an example from the Silsilatul, this is the title of Silsilatul Mukarrabin. This is part where he is talking about his Sheikh Muslihuddin in Ottoman language. It's easy to read, but you need to get used to the letters. The contemporary readings in the contemporary academia are based on the Abdulbaki Golpınarlı's reading of the Muniri's work. Abdulbaki Golpınarlı was a Turkish intellectual from the mid-20th century. He was the most influential researcher of Sufism in the Ottoman Empire. Personally, he was Jafari Shia, so he was always very critical of the Sunni Islam. I'm not criticizing Abdul Baki, but I just wanted to give you a hint where the other scholars, current scholars, make mistake. They do not read the Belgradi and his works. That's why they make some wrong statements as far as going to say that it's even possible he may have completed some madrasa education. It would be as if you said today for some professor at faculty to say he may have finished some faculty education or high school education. I mean, they don't read the biography, they don't have lexicons about the biographies of various Ottoman scholars where we even can find his name. They simply took for granted what Abdulbaki Golpınarlı said. Abdulbaki Golpınarlı read only the parts where Muniri Belgradi criticized Shia propaganda, which he considered Safavid propaganda against the Ottoman state. Here I want to make another hint, another reminding that I consider Ibrahim ibn Iskandar, that is to say Muniri al-Belgradi, as a real classical Ottoman scholar. He is real Ottoman, speaking in the Ottoman manners about the Ottoman matters. He is, I mean, it's very wrong to define him and to interpret him from the perspective of today's conditions that we live. Usually that's one of the biggest mistakes when we interpret history. History was as it happened, not as we wanted to be. The other source of reading the Belgradi for the contemporary scholars is Hussein Vassaf. He is Ottoman from the end of the 19th century. He wrote 5 volumes of biographies of various Sufis in Ottoman Empire with their bibliographies. He is also a little bit biased, but I find one problem with Hussein Vassaf's work. I don't see that a lot of people discuss it. It is that Hussein Vassaf, though very systematic and very devoted to the work he wrote, he used some journalist articles that you could not you could not check them, you could not verify them if they were very true, and especially from our today's perspective, we cannot trace all the sources he used. So it might be a bit problematic to use him for granted, to say that everything he wrote was 100% truth. Other scholars that studied Muniri Belgradi are Franz Teschner and Neşet Çağatay. However, they are also from the mid-20th century. They did not criticize Muniri, they just valorize, I would say, his work, especially the Nisab, the one about the organization of the guilds. Following the Golpınarlı, Natalie Kleyer wrote different studies. Excuse me, I have to take water. Natalie Kleyer wrote her studies in English and in French language. She wrote a huge study on Sufis from the Halveti perspective in the Balkans. She utilized a lot from the Muniri Belgradi, from his work, Silsilatul Mukarrebin, which is about the biographies of Sufis. In some articles, there is one article she published online in English. She almost, I mean, naive reader of her article would conclude that Muniri was a precursor all of those Salafi, Wahhabi appearances in in contemporary Balkans. I mean, I don't have comment for this to relate such a person to the Salafi, contemporary Salafi movement in the Balkans. She's very critical of him. But she wrote another article that is published in Serbian in 2007, where she wrote about his biography, and on the purpose she said that he transferred himself as a humble mosque servant in Mitrovica to Belgrade, and this is how he became a professor, denying any idea that he had some scholarly training in Istanbul or somewhere in Cairo or Damascus. This might explain him as a Sufi, but that's another discussion. The turning point in studying of Belgradi and his works was the master thesis defended by Kosovan student at master studies at the theology, at Faculty of Theology at Marmara University in Istanbul. He made a transliteration into the Latin script of the Silsilatul Mukarrabin, the work on the Sufi biographies, and he wrote introduction on Muniri and his life. Today, this thesis is frequently quoted in many studies, and he defended Belgradi, and he said that Abdul Baki Gölpınarlı and Natalie Kleyer attacked Muniri, and that their attack and their statements are not just, they are not justified. They didn't understand the Muniri and his works. I do agree with those statements, but regarding the Gölpınarlı, it was his perspective from someone who belonged to Jaferi Shia school, so we can justify at certain point Abdul Baki Gölpınarlı's statements, but the other attacks and other interpretations today are misinterpretations of his biography and his works. I mean, Muniri was someone who was committed to the Sufi cause. He himself was practicing Sufism as he knew it at the time, so questioning him was he a Sufi or not is very disputable. I didn't want to put all those contemporary works and quotations that stem from reading of Abdul Baki Gölpınarlı and Natalie Kleyer. They don't stem from a reading of Belgradi directly, so this brings us to the question, how do we read sources, how do we read evidence, do we read directly the original or we read someone else reading? This is the question I would like to raise, and I would like to end my discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nihat. Our last presenter on this panel, Sufism, Mobility and Authority, is Dr. Garrett Davidson from the College of Charleston, and the title of his presentation is Abdul Ghani an-Nablusi and his treatise on the validity of ijazas received in dream visions.
Okay, well, thank you all for being here. It's a great pleasure to be in Sarajevo, in Bosnia. As some of you know, when I was 19 years old, I did a year study abroad at the University of Kuwait, where the dormitories were segregated by ethnicity. And so me, as the sole American, they didn't quite know what to do with me. There were West Africans, there were people from Central Asia, from Southeast Asia, and all over the world. And so I ended up in the Bosnian part of the dormitory and spent a year as a Bosnian, so it's a great pleasure to be in the fatherland. The title of the treatise that I'll be discussing today, as you see here, for those of you who read Arabic, which I suppose is most of us, is Road al-Anam fi Bayan al-Ijaza fil Manam. Before delving into the content of the treatise, how does this work? Here we go. In brief, what's important to note about Abdulghani Nablisi's background? He's from a very prestigious scholarly family. He was trained by his father, who was a great scholar, until the age of 12 when he died, upon which point he began seeking knowledge on his own. His biographers note that he was a very voracious reader and, not unimportantly, very interested in the written heritage of Ibn Arabi, who is, of course, a very important figure in the sacred geography of Damascus. As a scholar, Nablisi is known for his rihlas. He undertook a number of scholarly journeys, most notably in 1105 when he went on an extended journey that included Egypt and the Hijaz, which he wrote about. He began writing at a young age on a wide array of topics, and notably his works are some of the most copied in the Ottoman context. There are close to 6,000 copies of his manuscripts, which is a remarkably large number. We're fortunate that Nablisi gives us the backstory for this text, Road al-Anam. He tells us that after performing Hajj in the year 1106, 1693, he arrives in Medina, where he was sojourning for a time, and is approached by a teacher in the Prophet's mosque from Timbuktu, who asks him the following question: is the taking of covenants and litanies from sheikhs by their disciples and the issuing of ijazas of transmission in the states of dream visions considered valid according to the scholars and acceptable among them, or is this considered? So Nablisi composes a short answer to this question on the spot for this scholar from Timbuktu, and promises him that when he returns to Damascus, he will treat the question in more detail, and he does. And this is the work Road al-Anam. There are 8 known manuscripts. I first became aware of this text in 2016 when I was doing a survey of the Islamic manuscripts held at Princeton University. Since then, I've found 8 more manuscripts, and I think that's more or less what there is. There are 3 in Turkey, 2 in the United States, 1 in UCLA and 1 in Princeton, both of which, it's worth noting, are of Turkish origin. And the autograph of the text is at the National Library of Syria, and we have 1 in Germany, and importantly, 1 here in Bosnia. This manuscript is quite notable in that it was copied by Nablisi's close student, Ibn Samman, as part of a majmua of his teacher's works. It contains minimal paratext. However, the two paratexts that it has are quite important. The first, you can't see that very well, can you? But the first here is a note of ownership composed by Abdul Ghani himself. So this text was copied by his student and given to his teacher. So it was owned by Abdul Ghani Nablisi, which gives it a high degree of authority. And then the second note, which is quite interesting, I'll be happy to discuss it further if we have time for discussion, explains that how this manuscript came to this region. So it's noted that this person, Al-Hajj Khalil, who was a teacher in the Shahriyari Madrasa in Belgrade, purchased this manuscript on his way back from Hajj in Damascus in the year 1172. The note is quite interesting. I hope someone asks me about it if there's time for questions. Okay, so contextualizing the ijazah before delving into the text, it's important to note something about the history of the evolution of this term ijazah, because it is a point of considerable confusion among contemporary scholars. There is widespread confusion in the secondary literature, as I will note. Part of this is due to the fact there are multiple types of ijazahs. Now, when we hear the term ijazah, we think of these first three generally. These are ijazahs. The term ijazah, of course, means what? To grant permission to give authority to do something. But what is the thing? We know about these types generally: ijazat al-ifta, ijazat al-tadris, ijazat al-irshad, ijazat al-khat, etc. These are actually the least common types of ijazah. The most common type of ijazah and the oldest type of ijazah is ijazat al-riwaya. And as I'll explain, this ijazah has essentially no qualifications. Now, the ijazah first emerges as a means of documenting the transmission of texts. So in the early scholarly culture of Islam, it was not possible just to pick up a book and read it. You had to have a chain of transmission connecting you to that text through a chain of authorities back to the author in order to establish that this text can in fact be attributed to that author. Through the process of copying, texts can, of course, in a manuscript culture, change radically. There's a maxim in Arabic that if a text is copied multiple times, it will be translated from Arabic into Persian, right? So this is to protect against that type of translation. Now, this culture of rigorously documenting the transmission of hadith text and more broadly religious text begins to change in the 4th, 10th century with the emergence of the hadith canon. What is the hadith canon? The 6 books that come to be generally, and more, that generally become to be seen as authoritative and are widely accessible and agreed upon. The protocols that were used for the textual transmission of these texts early on begin to change after this point. So one of the first scholars to express this shift in the culture is Imam al-Haramain al-Juwayni in the 5th century, who writes about accessing text directly. So not going through the process of hearing a text from someone who heard a text, from someone who heard a text, and so on, but rather just going to the library, picking up a text off the shelf, and accessing that text directly. So he writes in his Burhan, in my opinion, an independent jurist's use of a hadith does not depend on his possessing a personal chain of transmission. He goes on to explain, quote, if someone were to say, I saw this hadith in the Sahih of Muhammad ibn Ismail Bukhari, and I am sure that this is part of the text. then whoever hears him say this is obliged to accept this from him. Now, there is pushback against this opinion. The conservative camp of hadith scholars doesn't like this change. And so, among the most prominent of the scholars who push back against this idea is Ibn Khayr al-Ishbili, who writes, "The scholars of religion are in consensus that it is impermissible for a Muslim to say, 'The Prophet said,' unless he has received this hadith through an unbroken chain of transmission, connecting him to the Prophet." Eventually, however, Ibn Khayr and other conservative scholars' positions could simply not be maintained. It was too much to ask scholars to hear every text that you wanted to cite. Imagine having to go through that process in our own contemporary scholarly culture. If every time you wanted to use a footnote to cite a text, you had to have heard that entire text from someone, it's impossible, essentially. So by the 7th century, Ibn Salah would say, quote, about referencing text directly without a chain of transmission, "This is the only opinion that can be taken in these latter days. For if the chain of transmission were conditioned for citing the hadith, then it would be impossible to use the hadith, as it has become infeasible to meet the conditions of transmission in these later times." The ijazah that I'm talking about here, represents a kind of compromise between these two opposing positions. It's a means to preserve the outward form of the chain of transmission without the burden of the oral process of transmission. So the ijazah first emerges in the 3rd, 9th century, with some scholars considering that rather than having to hear a text, it's possible for a teacher, an authority, to simply give permission for a student to cite that text, an ijazah, rather than having to go through the whole process. However, early scholars were quite suspect of this method of transmission, again, for the same reasons, this kind of fear of an Arabic text becoming Persian over the process of transmission. However, scholars like Salafi, who was another Andalusian scholar, argued that instead of being a source of anxiety, the ijazah should instead be seen as the only way of preserving the chain of oral transmission. If it were not for liberal use of the ijazah, the entire structure of isnad, of the chain of transmission, would disappear. This is a part of a new understanding of the chain of transmission and the aim, the purpose of hadith transmission as a unique characteristic of the Muslim community. We can cite many scholars who articulate this idea, perhaps most famously Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, another Andalusian scholar, who says, "Beware of following the path of the Jews and the Christians and speaking without a chain of transmission, for you will strip yourselves of the blessing God has bestowed upon you, bring blame upon yourselves, and lower your rank. You will be joining a people who God has cursed and upon whom is his anger. You will be following in their tradition, in their sunnah." So a century later, roughly, Ibn Salah, and towards the same aim, says the purpose or the aim of hadith transmission in this time is for the chain of transmission to be preserved, for people to continue saying, "Akhbarana wa haddathana," he's informed us and he said to us, for this trait of the Muslim community to continue. Now, we can look at this preservation of the chain of transmission and, importantly, establishing short chains of transmission as the defining feature of post-canonical hadith transmission. The canon emerges in the 4th century So from that point onwards, these are the things that define hadith transmission. First of which is al-isnadu min ad-din. The isnad is part of the religion. It has to be preserved. It is a part of Islam. And then the understanding that hadith transmission was important in itself as a means for preserving the connection to the Prophet. The community, unlike those communities that were mentioned, the cursed Jews and the Christians, the Muslim community has this blessed connection to its Prophet. And third, that the shortness of the chain of transmission, the proximity to the Prophet, is the means of evaluating chains of transmission. Short chains of transmission were always valued by scholars because, of course, it means less possibility for error entering into the text, right? But at this point, this idea takes on a life of its own. So this idea of the short chain of transmission takes on a mystical understanding. We get this maxim, qurb al-isnad, qurb ilallah. Proximity through the chain of transmission is proximity to God himself. This concept is referred to as elevation, in Arabic, ulu. The generation hadith is often put forward as evidence for this idea. The hadith is khayru qurun qarni, famous hadith. The best of generations is my generation, and then that which follows, and then that which follows. Generation is not the way that we maybe think of generation. What a generation is varies. Maybe it's 20 years, maybe it's 25 years. Whatever it is, it's not that. What is a generation? It's each consecutive act of transmission from the Prophet. So that could be 50 years, it could be 100 years. Sometimes we have cases where it's 110 years. So a very old person transmitting to a baby. That is a generation. So the fewer links in that generation, the closer and more blessed one is. This concept that I've attempted to outline here of textual transmission, not for the sake of education, but for its own sake, is a pretty weird concept for contemporary people. It has no parallel in most contemporary cultures, those of the 20th century. And as a result, has led to some pretty egregious misunderstandings. Again, these misunderstandings are compounded by the problem of vocabulary. We have all these different terms. These are the terms, and the scholars who discuss these, the ijazah, were thinking about diplomas. And in fact, that parallel is often made. But of course, this ijazah is not a diploma. It's something very different than a diploma. And this has led to widespread confusion in the secondary sources. It's almost universal in the secondary sources, this conflation of all these different types of ijazah into one thing. It's worth noting that ijazahs in the documentary sources are extremely rare. They don't show up very much because those kinds of relationships in themselves were rare. So here we see the eminent historian of Islam, Marshall Hodgson, saying, where is it? On occasion, the ijazah, like any title, depreciated. Some scholars claim to receive ijazahs from long-dead authors in dreams and such. Such a claim might be tolerated. Other ijazahs could be purely honorific, as when a scholar gave them to a tiny son or a friend of a friend who he wished to oblige. So conflating these different types of ijazahs into one thing that he clearly wasn't able to understand. So who is eligible to receive this type of ijazah that I'm discussing? Early on, as I noted, it was for a particular class of people who were able to verify the text they were receiving ijazahs for matched the text, the original text. but eventually almost all conditions would be erased. So Castellani sums up this position well, quote, "Conditions for the ijaza are in contradiction to the aim of hadith transmission, which is simply to preserve the chain of transmission." So there are no conditions for the ijaza. So from early on we see this. Here we have Al-Khatib al-Baghdadi, the famous hadith scholar and historian, arguing that ijazas can be issued to unborn children. Right? So the unborn can receive ijazas. What kind of a qualification does an unborn child have? Likewise, we see the emergence of the global ijaza. This has different technical terminology, but it's sometimes called ijazat al-umum, ijazat ahl-zaman, other terms as well. This is an ijaza for every Muslim alive at a particular time. So a scholar would write, "Ajaztu li jami' al-muslimin." So anyone then born before that scholar's death could transmit and have a connection to the Prophet based on that. This is not a purely theoretical thing. And Nawawi, this is a manuscript that I discovered in Princeton of Nawawi's Riyadh al-Salihin. What does he write here? وَأَجَزْتُ رِوَايَتُهُ لِجَمِيعِ الْمُسْلِمِينَ. There are few authorities with more weight than a Nawawi. Now, coming to our text, Road al-Anam, what I've described here, this evolution of the ijaza, Nablasi references all of that and puts the ijaza and dream visions as an extension of that development. He opens, understandably, by putting the foundations for this idea. What is a ru'ya? What is a dream? I won't go into all of the details of his argument. The most important part is this part in blue, this well-known hadith that states, "Whoever sees me in a dream vision has indeed seen me, for Satan is unable to take my form. Man ra'ani faqad ra'ani." He goes on to cite the precedent of previous generations of scholars. He's a big fan of Ibn Arabi. He cites Ibn Arabi, among others. Here we have him citing Ibn Arabi, showing that this isn't a theoretical concept. Scholars transmit from the Prophet based in dreams, and later figures of the tradition as well. So one interesting caveat in his argument is that dream transmission is parallel to transmitting from behind a curtain. So Aisha, the mother of the believers, transmitted to the companions of the Prophet from behind a curtain, right, out of modesty. So how did they know? How did they know that it was really Aisha there and not someone impersonating her? So he draws a parallel here. They knew because they knew, right? They knew that it was Aisha behind the curtain. And in the same way, if one in a dream vision is able to ascertain that he has seen the Prophet or seen a later authority, then he can transmit based on this. Having established the precedent for transmission dream visions, An-Nablasi then argues that if scholars have accepted the transmission of hadith received in dreams, then it's even simpler to transmit based on ijaza, because ijaza anyway has no qualifications. There are some qualifications for hearing hadith. You have to be able to hear, for example, and be able to understand what's being said, be of sound, upright conduct, etc. But the ijaza has no qualifications, so it's awla. So he writes, but But for what? For what end? He says, it's permitted to transmit material through dreams only for the encouragement of meritorious actions, fada'il. Dream visions cannot be used for legal purposes. This is quite important. Or to establish the permissibility or prohibition of an action, or an act that is recommended or discouraged, which is not already well known. But they can only be used to reinforce things that are known. As examples of this, he gives the case of establishing the month of Ramadan on the day of doubt, right? On the 29th day of Ramadan. It's unclear. Is tomorrow going to be Ramadan, or is there one more day of Sha'ban, right? So it's not possible to use a dream vision to confirm that tomorrow is Ramadan. If someone says, I saw the Prophet last night and he told me tomorrow's Ramadan, that's great. It's great to see a vision of the Prophet, but we don't care as a community. It has no legal weight. So then, at this point in the text, after, it's a short text, 11 pages, 11 folios, so like 21 pages, An-Nablusi must have anticipated that the reader would likely be asking, so what's the point of all of this then? What does it mean for dream visions to confirm actions of merit that are already well established in the Sharia? So he writes, the benefit of the ijazah received in dream visions is simply in seeking blessings, tabarruk, and assistance from God Most High, al-imdad wa tawfiq. This is the case whether it's from the Prophet himself or scholars of the latter tradition issuing these ijazahs. So what is the meaning of tabarruk here? So then we have to go back to these concepts that I referenced at the beginning of my presentation. Proximity in chain of transmission is proximity to God. So let's say today the average chain of transmission is like 22, 25 links to the Prophet. If someone were to see Bukhari in a dream, Bukhari is shortest chain of transmission. Anyone know? Shortest chain of transmission of Bukhari? 3 links. Bukhari's shortest chain transmission is 3 links to the Prophet. So if someone were to see Bukhari in a dream and receive an ijazah from him, then he would be removed from the Prophet by just 4 links, which means, again, qurb, ulu. So by receiving an ijazah in a dream from a long-dead authority, one can establish a kind of proximity that is otherwise impossible. The generation hadith, again, is part of this. And by way of conclusion, the concept of the dream vision ijazah represents an advanced stage in the development of the concept of the chain of transmission, an evolution that began in the 4th, 10th century and continues until today, where we find contemporary scholars discussing whether or not, for example, an ijazah issued on Instagram is usable. If someone issues an ijazah on X or Twitter or whatever, Facebook, can one use that ijazah, right? So evolution continues. And then, although the manuscript evidence suggests that this idea seems to have primarily circulated, this treatise seems to have primarily circulated in Istanbul, the presence of this manuscript in Sarajevo, and we don't quite know how it got from Belgrade, which is described as Dar al-Jihad, to Sarajevo. We don't quite know that part. But it demonstrates Sarajevo's status as a zone of contact with the imperial center and beyond, the provinces, Syria, and I suppose ultimately Medina, where the Risala has its origins. The presence of this manuscript here evidences its status as a place where ideas originating in other parts of the empire, sometimes quite obscure ideas like this one, were integrated, thought about, and preserved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Garrett. I think now I'd like to invite all the speakers to come up here for a discussion. Okay. Well, before we begin the discussion, we have some diplomas, not ijazas, for the participants.
And as I accept this not diploma, I think it's fitting that I grant everyone here an ijaza from my Sheikh, Abdul Rahman al-Kitani, who heard from his father, Abdul Hayy Kitani, from his father, and through his many well-known chains of transmission.
All right. I think I'd like to reverse the order for this panel and maybe begin, if there are questions in the audience, and then I will pose my own questions afterwards. If you
break the silence, I can ask one. If he will accept that I am not a researcher at the field, but my wife is a researcher, so I'm half researcher. And it's for actually, first, the question is about, my question about Munir Belgradi, and we understand that his era is at the same era of Kadizades, which is the main conflicts between, just before Kadizades, the main conflict between the Tekki and Medrese people just began and rise up. And do you think that his opinions about, actually his argument with Hussein Lavmekani and Munir Belgradi can be analyzed, can be read with the glasses of that conflict?
precursor.
I don't consider him a precursor of Kadizade or I don't fit him into any those categories. I think he's real genuine sheikh who combines Halveti and Naqshbandi order together. And he was very genuine. He settled in Belgrade. He must have finished some highly positioned madrasa in Istanbul, Cairo, or Damascus. Then he returned to the frontier, to the Belgrade, to Mitrovica. He got position at certain time in the Yahya Pasha Zadeler madrasa, Yahya Pasha madrasa in Belgrade, where he probably stayed up to his death. We also know from his writings that at a certain point he had to go outside of Belgrade for some service. We don't know what. It also was in the vicinity of Belgrade. He took his mother with him. Then he later brought her back to Mitrovica, where he buried her. He is very critical of various Sufis, but he is a Sufi, he is a Sheikh probably himself, and I don't fit him into those categories. I cannot fit him into category. He was precursor of Kadazades. He was follower of Birgivi. No, he's not just critical of the Sufis and of the Safavid propaganda. He's also very critical of the Ottoman state. At one point in Nisab, he says that there is that idea of Khilafah given by God to man is now lost, and we do not have Khalifa on the face of the earth. So, I mean, fitting them just because we find some common ideas with Kadazadalis is very hard in my opinion. He's a very unique, very genuine person. I wouldn't fit him. I mean, it's postmodern reading through the lenses of Abdul Baki Golpanarlı and Natalie Clare, I would say. And misinterpretations and misreadings of Taceddin Bitici. By the way, Taceddin Bitici did a great work, but he has a lot of mistakes in transliteration of the text. Thank you. I think I was clear. Okay. Thank you for the question.
So this question is for Dr. Gareth. So, I mean, you have focused on this particular form of ijaza riwaya, but by mentioning the other kinds of ijaza, for example, the one of irshad, it came to my mind that one of the forms of transmission in the Sufi silsila sometimes is through what is called uwaisa transmission, that comes from a saint or a sheikh that has already passed away. So I wonder if, in the way of researching and working on this risala, you have thought or researched about whether these uwaisa transmissions in the history of Tasawwuf sometimes had taken the form of actually ijazas al-irshad or not.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, the OAC transmission has no need for ijaza, right? It's kind of beyond ijaza. Yeah, I haven't come across that. However, what we do see is a kind of merge of Sufism and Hadith transmission, where various Sufi tariqas are transmitted in the way of Hadith transmission. So not in the kind of formal taking of a path and everything that entails, but rather just kind of as a sacred object that is passed from one generation to the next. So the libas al-kharqa is one example of that. But tariqas are generally, so we often find from the 12th century onwards, scholars compose catalogs of all the stuff that they've compiled, all the transmitted materials that they compiled. Kutub, the books of hadith being the main part of most of those texts, books of fiqh, but also Sufi paths. So they have a section like where with their chains of transmission, 2 different Sufi paths, but that's the closest parallel I can come up with.
All right. I would like to, if I'm permitted, take was it the conclusion, Garrett, of Abdul Ghani Nablusi's Risala, and where he thought he posed to himself the question, what is the point? And to start with our first presenter, Saadet Demirolu. Very interesting presentation, thank you. And it shows a number of things. I think it's very interesting that it shows that what did you say, the final destination was Bosnia for most of these. And you've shown, you've given a very interesting presentation of and breakdown of the different type of administrative control and guidance of this process. But to go beyond this, I wonder, have you thought about what is the point? What is happening? Why is Bosnia the final destination for these, and why are they coming here?
Thank you for your question. It's a contributing approach to my research. I think that in the first place, Bosnia is not the final destination. I think that I would find any other documentations about the destination from Bosnia to another cities, but I couldn't find in the archives. Maybe I will go deeper to another secondary resources or the primary resources coming from this Bosnia, but I couldn't find any documentation to coming to returning to. I found many documentations returning to Bosnia and coming to Bosnia and preach in the Bosnia, and religious duties and visits in the sacred places, but I couldn't find any. But I commonly stated that in my presentation, it depends only the archival documents in Istanbul. And these selected documents, 101. So maybe in the future I can do some research about geographical information systems, and I could find many other resources. I don't know.
And the other part of the question is why are they coming? Do you have a hypothesis? Why are they coming to Bosnia?
They are coming to Bosnia for the religious duties, to preach, like in Ramazans or the Holy 3 months, or Slay Rahim to see the families, and they come here to visit the sacred places or to connect, network with the other sheikhs, and they are coming to. And the most interesting point I could face the Qadri dervishes who travel most in Bosnia, but I assume that Naqshbandi and Halveti dervishes would be in this frequency, but they are not. But I again stated that it is depending on the archive documents in that period.
Thank you. And what's especially interesting to me, and in the spirit of the theme of this conference, Bosnia as a contact zone, I think all three presentations show us that even though it is a Serhad, it's on the edge of the empire and quite far. I mean, if you've ever driven by bus or car from Istanbul to Bosnia, it's a very long journey, and especially in those days it was a long journey, but nonetheless people moved back and forth. It wasn't a terminal destination, and people moved. Books also moved, as Dr. Davidson showed us, and knowledge moved, and this then brings me to Nihad, and I'm very glad that you emphasized. I have sort of two questions that are interrelated. One is, and I'd like you to comment more, which is important for all of us who are scholars, how to approach scholarship of our teachers or our teachers' teachers. We all read these, Natalie Claire, Gölpinarlı, and often it's, as students, we take them at face value. They're our teachers, we take what they tell us, but then eventually we have to develop a critical eye of our own and begin to look at them critically, because they're human and make mistakes, or they have their own preconceived notions. But also I liked that you pointed out that a scholar like this, who actually is a very highly educated scholar, so many of these modern historians, for whatever reason, and maybe you can elaborate, why are they so quick to say he's basically just basically an ignorant person, or he's fanatical, but he's not considered, because he's in Belgrade as Garrett's what is it called, the commentary, the paratext showed, Belgrade was the Darul Jihad, and so someone who lived there and grew up there cannot be considered a scholar of the same caliber as an Istanbul scholar, for example. And that's a prejudice, a preconceived notion that scholars in the 20th, historians in the 20th century have, which Nihad is showing is quite false, because in a place like Belgrade, in a place like Bosnia, these kind of books, these kind of manuscripts are being read, and we have very highly educated people. We have a very highly developed intellectual culture. So does it make sense, the questions, or should I rephrase them? Or you can just comment.
I can comment. First of all, as a historian, you also know it, that we always emphasize history happened as it was, or it was as it happened. How was it? So we can interpret it, but history is a process, and we are here to expose evidence. We are not here to be judges or arbiters to say this is like it, this is what we think it happened, this has happened. So in this case also, we have to read him, as an Ottoman scholar in Ottoman sphere, in Ottoman land, not someone who was in the Belgrade. Do not say Belgrade, say the Ottoman land. It's real Ottoman land. It's very developed city. It had, I don't know, how many madrasas according to Evliya Çelebi. It had special institutes for reading only the hadith, for teaching of hadith. So just we should read always evidence as we know to read, not as someone else read it. So people are reading what Abdul Baki Golpınar read, and then they are commenting. No one sat down and read his works. It was one of the first was actually Rahşan Gürel, but she was studying Futuvetname of the Sayyid Muhammad, whom the Belgradi criticized. Then came Bitici with his thesis. Natalie Kleyer also read him, but she exposed him as radical, as ignorant person, as you said. So it's how we read the evidence and the material. We have to read and understand and comprehend it as we, not as someone else. And we always should refrain from interpreting past from the today's conditions. We have to understand it in the terms and conditions of the time of the writer, his life. Then we will understand and see that he was unique and genuine, and we cannot fit him into one of the categories. What was it? Kadezadeli, follower of Birgivi. We really do not know where he was at certain times. Did he get education in Istanbul, in Cairo, or somewhere else? But as you pointed out, he refers to various different works from the Transoxiana, from the Andalusia, from the North Africa, various authors. He even quotes Gospel, Matthew, I forgot, 7, 8. He quotes different sayings of ancient authors. So he was very, very educated person. So I'm a little bit, not a little bit, very apologetic regarding him, but you know, when you read him, you have to be. I hope this makes sense, what I said.
Yes, and this again brings us back to this question, who is an Ottoman? What does it mean to be Ottoman? Is someone like Munir Belgradi in Belgrade an Ottoman? Are the Serhat Beyleri in the Krajina of Bosnia, are they Ottoman? Or because there was a center-oriented historiographical perspective that said only people in Istanbul, in Darussadet, are Ottomans, the real Ottomans, and what is everyone else? What is someone like Abdülghani and Nablusi even? And I will ask the question that you hinted someone should ask about the provenance of the manuscript, or rather how it makes its way to the Gazi Husrev Beg library. Because as they're looking, that too shows another very significant point. Not only dervish groups were connected and scholarly groups, but also texts. And these texts, in a way, they're living objects, these books. I believe they are. And they travel too, and they make their way to Bosnia. The Gazi Usrep Beg Library has thousands and thousands of manuscripts in Arabic, Persian, and Ottoman, including the one that Garrett has studied.
I mean, it's difficult to see the way it's presented, but you can see here the original text that was composed by this scholar who is identified only as Khalil from Belgrade, which he identifies as Dar al-Jihad, but it's in this madrasa, Shahriyar madrasa, and you can see the edge of the manuscript, as happens, is partially obliterated. So then you see below, maybe 1958, can you see that? So this text was then recopied in 1958 by, what's the name of the scholar who composed the catalog? Qasim, yes, Qasim. What? So he noticed that this is a very interesting note that provides the provenance of this manuscript and recopied it in this blue pen here. He doesn't explain, I guess I could read the text if we have time for that. So he says, كتب هذه الكلمات ها هنا من جديد خوفا عليها من الضياع ثم دخل في ملك الفقير لما كرم ربه القدير الحاج خليل المدرس بمدرسة حضرة شهرياري in Belgrade, Dar al-Jihad. So he copied this note, but doesn't explain how the text gets, this manuscript gets from Belgrade, where I guess this person was posted, to Bosnia. So I don't know if anyone has any expertise on this collection and its provenance. But my question, I guess, is how a manuscript might come to reside in Sarajevo from being in this madrasa in Belgrade, Dar al-Jihad.
I think maybe Professor Hadjimevic, you may have some thoughts on this, and I can translate.
A možeš to neći moći. Hvala na iscrpnim ovako informacijama koje su nam dali. Zahvaljujem se učesnicima svakako.
Thank you for all this detailed information to all of you and your wonderful presentations.
Kad je riječ o ovome, mislim, mi imamo jako duboku istoriju vezano za dolazak na ovo područje, kako od sufizma, čak od krajem 12. stoljeća, pa na ovom, pa čak neke stvari i prije koje su, o kojima govorimo.
And speaking more generally, we do have, in fact, and there's a book about this, but we do have information of Sufis coming to this region in the 1200s, before the Ottomans, possibly even earlier. And with those people that were coming here also arrived various manuscripts. And there was a very rich culture of copying manuscripts in Bosnia. Pretty much, not just the main cities, but other smaller towns had scriptoriums and people who were calligraphers and mujallids who did the covering of those manuscripts.
I Turske do ovih prostora, kroz trgovinu, trgovci kao poklone koji su nosili, a ujedno i određenim mjestima, institucijama ili bibliotekama koje su donešene ovdje na ove područje.
And there was a very rich exchange of manuscripts coming from places like Egypt, Baghdad, Iraq, and the Caucasus, which many of those came via Istanbul and eventually ended up, sometimes merchants carried them to Bosnia, other times they were sent as presents and gifts to various library collections.
To vidimo po samome Ihja u Mudinu, najstarijem rukopisu koji se nalazi u Gazinoj biblioteci, koji je u Trebinju nađen prošlom, negdje 50, 60 godina, 70 tačno ne znam, ne bi. donešen u biblioteku, ali je iz 1111. čini mi se godine, tako nešto.
And one very prominent example, maybe the most valuable manuscript in the library,
Jedan dio ih ja
is one volume of Al-Ghazali's Ihya Ulumuddin, which was composed during his lifetime. It's not an autograph, but possible that it was one of his students, which was found in the 1970s. It was discovered in a small town called Trebinje and then brought over to the Gazi Usrebek Library.
I muderisi profesori kako su išli iz jedne medrese ili škole u drugu, sa sobom su nosili knjige ili su ostavili pa i prepisivali, ostavljali tu u školama.
And another way in which these circulated was in the Ottoman system, especially muderris, so university teachers, they would get different appointments and then they carried their libraries with them, and when they came to Bosnia, for example, people copied those, or sometimes they were just left behind.
I to je jako široko, da ne ulazim puno u detalje.
This is a very large, broad topic without going into detail.
Međutim, po zadnjem popisu što su radili iz Turske, negdje samo na Balkanu ima preko blizu 60.000 rukopisa.
According to the latest estimates that was done by specialists from Turkey, 60,000. There are about 60,000 manuscripts in the Balkans.
Što po bibliotekama, što nešto po privatnim. Iako je sistem, znači, od odlaska Osmanlija sa ovog prostora, to je sistem uništavanja, znači, svega kroz sistema i ljudi koji su starine popacali.
And some of those many are kept in libraries, maybe the majority, but also many are kept in private collections. And this, keeping in mind this number 60,000, is after the collapse and retreat of the Ottoman Empire and the subsequent destruction of this Islamic heritage, including manuscripts, and also just with time, people losing things, things getting lost, families not understanding the value of those things and discarding them.
I sama Gazi Usrebegova biblioteka je sastavljena od više biblioteka, džamijskih biblioteka iz Bosne i Hercegovine koji su skupljeni na nedorešeni u tom mjestu.
And the Gazi Usrebek Library is in fact similar to the Suleimani in Istanbul, is a collation of various smaller regional library collections, including Trebinje, Banja Luka, Mostar, and so on.
I još je ostalo jednim dijelom od tekijske biblioteke, novi ovdje biblioteke, džamijske biblioteke i tekijske biblioteke.
And as we saw yesterday in the presentation, there are still various tekiyas have their own collections, and also mosques have their own archival collections, and of course private libraries.
Tako da su tekije sačuvale dobrim dijelom to što su mogli da sačuvaju.
So some of the tekiyas were able to preserve quite a big collection of manuscripts.
Privatni su mnogi, nažalost, uništene ili otuđene, bačene ili su odnešene na neka mjesta.
Unfortunately, many of the private collections have been lost for various reasons.
Džamijski, ono koliko je mogao, smještena je u Gaznom biblioteki.
But the collections in various mosques were collected at some point and brought to most of them to the Gazi Usrebek Library.
Sad u Gaznom Usrebek biblioteci ima negdje blizu 11.500.
Now there are about 11,500 manuscripts in the Gazi Usrebek collection.
I uvijek još neko nešto donese danas rukopis po pokloni Gazi.
And in fact, people are still bringing in that they find, I don't know, in an old house that their grandfather kept. People are still bringing in manuscripts and donating them to the library.
Ja sam dobivao rukopise, a ja sam nosio negdje rukopise.
And Professor Ajmelic too, people bring him manuscripts, but he also donated quite a few manuscripts to the library.
U Bošnjačkom institutu mnogo sam rukopisa odnio, da ne bude se u Gaznoj biblioteci.
With a good democratic impulse, he took many manuscripts also to the Bosniak Institute so that they wouldn't all be just in the Gazi Usrebek collection. But he has his own collection, that's a family collection that then grew with his efforts, around 500 manuscripts in his private collection.
Kasim Dobroća inače osoba koja je bila napravila katalog prvi katalog Gazi Usrebek biblioteke rukopisa.
And so the man Kasim Dobracha, whose name, I guess he wrote that, right? And he put his name. Did you say 1958 or?
I on je bio precizan u svome radu.
He was the person he wrote the first catalog of the Gazi Usrebek Library.
Čak je i bilježi određene note odakle kako došao do tog rukopisa, ko mu je dostavio ga.
He was a very
Kako je znao.
conscientious and precise cataloger, and if he could figure out where a manuscript came from, he would write it down.
Na tom polju jako je ekstra.
He was very exceptional in that sense.
Mnogo učinio i danas svi koristimo tim.
And he did a lot. He laid the foundations, and today we're all still benefiting from his work.
Da su ostali Fejići, ne znam, je ostali onaj katalogi Gazi biblioteke, Gazijske biblioteke, rukopis završili kompletiranje, znači.
And then after him, others continued cataloging, eventually completing more or less a catalog of the collection.
Jest da mi svi se oslanjamo na Gazi Usrebek biblioteku, međutim imamo arhiv u Mostaru koji jako dobru kolekciju rukopisa ima, imamo u Banja Luci isto tako, koji nisu još dostupni istraživačima da mogu preko interneta tražiti.
That being said, we all rely on and look to the Gazi Usrebek collection, but in fact, there are other major collections. For example, in Mostar, there's a wonderful collection. In Banja Luka, there's a wonderful collection, which are Travnik, Tuzla. All of those cities have their own collections, which are not necessarily fully cataloged. Certainly, they're not available online. So this is good news to all of us. You should go and we should all go and explore these.
Trudimo se svakako da se to i digitalizira, da dođe dostupno već po digitalnom.
But there is an ongoing effort to digitize all of these collections at some point, and it's being worked on currently.
Svakako i samostani koji su jako mnogo rukopisa sačuvali i čuvaju i danas.
And also, as we learned yesterday, many monasteries too had
Katolički samostani. Katolički pravoslavni samostani.
both. Monasteries had their own collections that are still extant. And any final questions or comments or remarks? Yes.
Just one remark on Belgrade. We had the route coming, so when you were going to the Belgrade, you had also the river route and the route from the Black Sea coast. But also there is this, I think Demirol would like hem tijaret, hem ziyaret, both tijaret and ziyaret. So people would go to Hajj from Bosnia to Cairo and then return on the other route through Jerusalem, Damascus, Istanbul, and through Belgrade. So they would bring the manuscripts in this way. And another point is that Belgrade was taken by Austrians in 1690, right? And returned to Ottomans in 1717. So they invested a bit into renovation of the city. This might be that they also sent some manuscripts. They used to send sometimes in the especially in the 19th century. For teaching, they would send some manuscripts or some books there, so people would copy. And the copying tradition was very rich in the Ottoman Empire. Like you have this Kashfi Effendi, Halveti Sheikh in Samokovo in today's Bulgaria. He himself copied over at least 100 of books. And he also supervised other copyists to copy. That's how I found also one copy of my Nisab that I'm studying.
All right, and just before we close, I will quickly add, if you haven't yet seen the little museum in the Gazi Usrebek Library, at least you should go and take a look. They have much interesting information that's relevant to what we've been talking about. And with that, I would like to ask you to please join me in thanking our presenters today. Please join us for lunch. We're going to the same place we went to yesterday called Anadolu. Okay, if I can have your attention, please. We're about to begin the fifth and last panel. I think it's the last panel of this conference, Imagination, Otherness, and Identity. And I will introduce the presenters one by one. We're going to begin with Mohammed Ayub Khan from McMaster University, and the title of his presentation is Bosnia in the Imagination of the Urdu-Speaking World.
Assalamu alaikum. It's very nice to be here. Thank you to all the organizers for having us here. I would like to begin with a basic question. What is the connection between Bosnia and the Urdu-speaking world? By the Urdu-speaking world, I refer to the 230 million people, mostly Muslim, residing in India and Pakistan, as well as those in the diaspora across Europe, North America, and other regions. At first glance, it may seem there's little in common between these two regions. Bosnian is a Slavic language, while Urdu belongs to the Indo-Aryan family of languages. Trade between the regions currently is also very minimal, $300 million with India, and even smaller, $20 million with Pakistan. Additionally, the two regions are more than 5,000 kilometers apart. So the question is, what is the comparability between the two? Slowly? Okay. Okay. I'll speak more slowly. Yeah. I'm a marathon runner, so I. So it seems that the two regions and their people are incomparable. However, I would like to challenge these assumptions and argue that the relationship between Bosnia and the Urdu-speaking world is much richer and more complex than it appears on the surface. This connection hasn't been thoroughly studied, and I aim to shed light on the deeper ties that exist between these regions. It is my contention that Bosnia has been of significant interest to the Urdu-speaking Muslims of the Indian subcontinent. Divided since 1947 between the secular Republic of India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Both regions can learn from each other on thriving in multi-ethnic, multi-religious societies with violent histories and tense presence. I would further argue that Bosnia already serves as a contact zone for Urdu speakers at multiple sites, both physical and conceptual, as well as spiritual and emotional. It is simply that these contacts need to intensify, deepen, and the academics should pay more attention to them. How is the speed so far? Is it comprehensible? Yeah, okay, all right. So like in the Balkans, the spread of Islam in India was very subtle. It spread through assimilation and sometimes by adopting local customs, thanks to the Sufis, mostly Naqshbandis and Chishtis. But despite great success, the majority of Indians did not embrace Islam. Like in the Balkans, and unlike what happened in the Middle East and Indonesia, Muslims never became a majority in historical India. By historical India, I mean India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, the entire South Asian region. Muslims established themselves as political elites while negotiating with non-Muslim elites and maintaining the pre-Islamic power structures. As the scholar Ira Lapidus has noted, and I quote, "As in the Balkans, the thinness of the governing elite, the confirmation of local lords, and the protection of the non-Muslim population all serve to maintain the continuity of non-Muslims." End of quote. For a long time, the Bosnian region was viewed by Indian Muslims through the lens of the Ottoman Empire. The formal incorporation of Bosnia into the Ottoman Empire in 15th century coincided with the rise of the Mughal Empire, the Indian Muslim dynasty which ruled over wide swaths of the Indian subcontinent for the longest period. And during whose reign, Urdu emerged as a language on its own, incorporating Turkish, Persian, Hindi, and other Indian languages. In a sense, the Bosnian and Urdu languages were similarly impacted during this time, incorporating many Turkish, Arabic, and Persian words. The languages themselves became contact zones, in my opinion, and this fusion led to much creativity in both languages, including the parallel development of epic poetry tradition in Bosnian and the Masnavi, Shahnameh, and the oral Dastangoi traditions in India. As the empire solidified, the perception of the Ottoman Empire by Indian Muslims also began to deepen, and they started to develop a better understanding of the region. References to the Balkan region began to appear in Indian Muslim texts, mostly Persian, in the 17th century. These references were limited to geographic descriptions without much detail of the people and cultures. This is what I call the problem of the periphery, where the centers of the empires receive all the attention to the exclusion of the peripheries. But despite this exclusion, the wider Balkan region was always lurking in the background. This is evidenced by a letter from Sultan Ahmed III to the Mughal Emperor Farrukhsiyar in 1713, where he discusses the threat to the Ottoman Empire, and he specifically mentions the Balkan region from the Austro-Venetian alliance. Referring to the hadith, supplications of just kings are accepted, the Sultan asked the Mughal Emperor to help the armies of Islam with a host of prayers and supplications. In all likelihood, the Sultan was aware of the weakened status of the later Mughals and did not expect any material assistance from them. But this shows that the two empires and their people were still emotionally and spiritually bonded, despite the realization of material limitations and great physical distance. The Indian Muslim interest in the wider Balkan region, before I go, this is Farrukhsiyar, the Mughal emperor that I mentioned. So the Indian Muslim interest in the wider Balkan region intensified with the development of print technologies, the rise of the Urdu newspapers, and other developments in modern technology. A fact which is often forgotten is that the first telegraphic line to India, between India and Western Europe, actually crossed through the Balkans because underground sea cabling technology wasn't advanced enough in the 1860s, until the 1860s. So Indian Muslim interest in the Balkans increased during the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913. News about the wars and the imminent threat to the Muslim population became headline stories in the thriving Urdu press. This led to a flurry of articles in Urdu newspapers with interesting details on the people of the region. The arrival of the Indian Muslim mission during the war to nurse the wounded further brought the region into the view of the Muslims. While the focus was on the war-affected region, there was much commentary on Bosnia as well in these newspapers, like Al-Hilal, which was founded by the Islamic scholar and the future Education Minister of India, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. The articles presented the conflict as an existential crisis for Europe's Muslims, and frequent references were made to the expulsion of Muslims from Spain. The imminent threat to the Balkan Muslims was presented as the latest in a long list of crises for the Ummah, beginning with Karbala, the fall of Baghdad to the Mongols, the fall of Andalusia, and the Great War of Independence in India of 1857, when the Mughals were dislodged from power by the British East India Company. Parallels were also drawn to the impending crisis facing Indian Muslims living under the British Empire and what would happen to them when the British left and the Hindu majority took over the reins of power. The interest continued well beyond the years of the Balkan War. Indian Muslim intellectuals were especially interested in the organization of the Muslim communities living as minorities. Maulana Suleiman Nadwi, you see him in the middle. He's a prominent Islamic scholar and intellectual who co-authored the monumental work on Sira in Urdu, along with his mentor Shibli Numani. So Suleiman Nadwi wrote a perceptive article in 1914 on how Muslims as minorities manage their communal affairs, including the awqaf, the implementation of their family laws, the election of Amir or a representative body of the entire community, education, and other matters. So when Sheikh Kazim was talking about that anecdote where the Bosnian and I believe the Caucasian region, having a map with Bosnia as a Waqf. So I thought whether it was a coincidence or the deeper understanding of Bosnia as Waqf in the wider Muslim world. So I thought it was interesting. So the election or nomination of Amir or a collective leadership was of special importance to the Indian Muslim community, and much was written on it. However, due to the personal rivalries and sectarian differences, Indian Muslims were never able to come up with an Amir. The aforementioned Maulana Azad and Maulana Hussain Ahmad Madani, one of the leaders of the Deobandi movement, were at one time claimants to the office and were rivals. It is in this context that Bosnia dominated the realm of Indian Muslim imagination for much of the 1920s to the early 1940s, which was further exacerbated by the abolition of the caliphate. On a side note, the abolishment of the caliphate was also a landmark event for Indian Muslims, which led to mass protests and cooperation with the country's Hindus in the anti-British movement and the emergence of Mahatma Gandhi as the tallest leader of all Indians. This unity and solidarity, however, would unravel in the 1940s with the political differences between the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League, and the eventual and deadly partition of India in 1947, creating a Hindu majority India and a Muslim majority Pakistan. It was a division not only between the two countries, but also a division of the Muslims of the subcontinent. As a consequence, the imagination of Bosnia in the respective Muslim communities of these two countries splintered, following the trajectory of their national leaders. This was also impacted by the shadow of the Cold War, with India being the leader of non-aligned nations while being close to the Soviet Union, and Pakistan being allied with the United States. The close relations between Tito and Nehru, the first Prime Minister of independent India, were especially consequential, and both leaders thought of state secularism as a panacea for building strong nations, even though their conceptions of secularism vastly differed. The Indian variety of secularism considered equal respect for all religions while keeping the state non-denominational, whereas the Yugoslavian version called for active suppression of religion from all areas of life. It is interesting to note that right before the independence and partition of India in 1947, the Yugoslav government reached out to the Indian Muslims, expounding on the benefits of secularism and a united India. A good specimen of this propaganda material is a booklet in English called Yugoslav Muslims' Message to India, which you see on the screen here. It was authored by Dr. Zaim Saraj, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, the Minister of Commerce, who drew parallels between the conditions of Indian Muslims and the Yugoslav Muslims, including those from Bosnia. But this initial interest in Indian Muslim outreach seems to have fallen out of favor post-1947. Despite enjoying close relations, there was no Muslim-to-Muslim contact encouraged during this era between the Muslims of Yugoslavia and the Muslims of India. This is in sharp contrast to the Soviet Union, which actively sent and received Muslim delegations from India. And it is my contention that the respective communities influenced each other's communal organizations. Perhaps Bosnian scholars can shed more light on why Yugoslavia left out its Muslim communities from its propaganda and foreign policy, especially as it relates to South Asia post-1947. But despite this lack of interest, the idea of Yugoslavia as a model nation seems to have caught the attention of Indian non-Muslim intellectuals, like Mani Shankar Iyer, the former junior foreign minister, who even during the dying days of Yugoslavia called for its preservation as a united nation. For Muslims of Pakistan, the opportunities to interact with or learn about the region's Muslims were even more limited due to the politics of Cold War international relations. But even for them, the Bosnians were out of sight, but not always out of mind. So despite such limitations in Pakistan, Urdu newspapers continue to mention Bosnia and Yugoslav Muslims, even if very briefly. And a handful of books were also published. Notable is the 1987 publication, Mashriqi Europe mein Musalmanon ka Uruj wa Zawal, which you see on the screen here. It's translated as The Rise and Fall of Muslims in Eastern Europe by Faiz Ahmad Shahabi. It is a nostalgic take on the glories of Muslims in Eastern Europe and in their decline. It mostly relies on secondary sources in the English language. There was a spurt in journalistic pieces in both India and Pakistan in 1992, and this continued well beyond the war. The overarching theme was the atrocities committed on Bosnians, but there was little effort to understand the culture, traditions, and practices of Bosnian Muslims. There were hardly any full-fledged books completely dedicated to Bosnian Muslims, even now. A notable exception is this book, Taskara Ulama Bosnia, by Mufti Muhammad Samdani, Indian scholar at the Aligarh Muslim University. It was published in 2002. It carries forward the great Taskara tradition of Urdu literature. It relies mainly on Arabic and Farsi sources, but is the most comprehensive standalone book on Bosnia and Urdu. It consists of short biographies of ulama of Bosnia, but also has chapters on pre-Islamic Bosnia, Bosnian culture, arts, and other topics. Interestingly enough, it has a section on Muniri and his debates with the Sufis. But the short paragraph, it's only about 10 lines, but I was fascinated by how in-depth it was in terms of his debates with La Makani. And he doesn't call him anti-Sufi, but says that he had some doubts about the way Sufism was practiced. And he also writes of Muniri as a geographer. I don't know whether, yeah. So this is a very comprehensive book, but unfortunately it was published on very cheap material. So I'm trying to connect with the author and try to get it republished very soon, inshallah. So there are hardly any full-fledged books. So this was one exception. So similarly, while Bosnia has often been evoked in Urdu poetry, there have been negligible attempts to understand Bosnian poetry. So you see a whole bunch of poems written during the war by Urdu writers. They have never visited Bosnia, but they write about the verdant valleys and the green orchards, plentiful fruits. So I consider where they get the knowledge from. But the solitary exception is a translation of Mac Disdar's Stone Sleeper. It was translated in 2008. So interesting, it was first translated into English, and this author relied on the English translation because it doesn't know Bosnian. So you see some tariqas of poetry going on here as well. So far I have been talking about Bosnia and the Urdu world in the homelands, which is the South Asia. But there is a connection in the diaspora as well. This was especially true in North America, which led to the mass influx of immigrants from these two regions as a result of the 1960s changes in the immigration laws. The first point of contact was the mosque, and the South Asian Muslims were impressed by the energy, hard work, discipline, and dedication of the Bosnian community. These opportunities for interaction were at their peak during the 1992 genocide, and South Asian Muslims rallied to support the refugees. Some Indian Muslim charities dedicated their entire donations for 1992 and 1993 to support Bosnian charities. In this photo, you will see Dilip Kumar sitting in the middle. He's a very famous Bollywood Indian film actor. So he is at an event in Los Angeles in 1994, organized for the Bosnian refugees in North America. So they raised about $5,000 from that one event back in 1993. So it is important to note that the interaction wasn't unidirectional. In my interviews with 24 South Asians in America and Canada, they expressed the following opinions about the Bosnians they had interacted with. The dominant conception was that they were very hardworking. They gave dignity to all work. This is in sharp contrast to the South Asian culture, where manual labor is looked down upon. So trades like carpentry, weaving, etc. are not considered respectable professions. But when they saw the Bosnians and the hard work, it led to a change in their conception of work. The second most cited opinion was that Bosnians are very disciplined. Multiple people have told me about the organization and cleanliness of Bosnian mosque in North America. One person pointed out that in Bosnian mosque, the congregants leave their shoes in an organized manner in the racks, in contrast to the South Asian mosques where it's a chaos, and they keep everywhere. And the third dominant opinion was that they were very honest in their business dealings. So I hope to put this more in a paper that I'm writing. I could talk more about these unusual and unexpected contacts. I hope to publish more. To summarize, the contact between the Urdu-speaking Muslims and Bosnian Muslims has been long-standing, though intermittent. Early 20th century South Asian Muslim intellectuals analyzed the Bosnian model of community governance. Bosnian Muslims have set an exemplary model in managing multiple identities, both while living as a minority and as a majority. In one sense, the management of multiple identities, as envisioned by Indian Muslim leader Muhammad Ali, he was very active in the Khilafat movement when the Khilafat was abolished. He had written in 1920, and I quote, "I belong to two circles of equal size, but which are not concentric. One is India and one is Islam." So the Bosnian Muslims have shown us how to belong to more than two circles and thrive in this endeavor as they face multiplicity of challenges, including genocide. So this is my art piece trying to show how the Bosnians belong to more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. We'll move right along to our second presenter, and this is Emin Alzueta, who's visiting us, or who's coming here from Granada. He's the director of the School of Foreign Languages in Motril, Granada, Spain, and the title of his presentation today is From Al-Andalus to Bosnia, European Islam and Otherness.
Foundation for organizing the conference, and also to the audience here. You're quite heroic in the midst of this heat and at this time. Let me begin by clarifying that in conferences and lectures I never read, but I am making an exception today for two reasons. Now, the first reason is that I am not presenting an academic paper. I am presenting what we could call a reflective essay, a literary essay, which, as you will see, will blend themes of spirituality, metaphysics, history, reflections about the plight of modern European Muslims, and also because of the fact that I have only 20 minutes and a great tendency to digression. So I thought that if I wanted to say something intelligible and complete, it would be preferable to read. And also, hopefully we can also benefit from the cadences and the rhythm of literary prose. So there are cities in the world which are connected by an invisible thread, paired by the vicissitudes of history and by even more profound spiritual realities. Such is the case, in my view, of Granada, the last jewel of Al-Andalus, and Sarajevo, in which I am blessed to be once again. These two lands are linked, to begin with, by a symbol, the pomegranate, that rich, juicy fruit
made of dozens of jewel-like red seeds bound together in a circle by a leathery skin. Originated in Central Asia, the pomegranate was traditionally associated with fertility, abundance, and rebirth. It is also, according to the Quran, one of the fruits of paradise, ar-rumman, not as an earthly substance, but as the source of spiritual light and barakah. Not surprisingly, its antioxidant and cleansing physical properties can be considered the outer counterpart of its virtues for spiritual purification. The pomegranate would become a pervasive icon in Islamic poetry and art, in carpets, ceramics, and architecture. Historically, both the Nasrid Kingdom of Granada and Bosnia-Herzegovina, both in the Nasrid Kingdom of Granada and Bosnia-Herzegovina, it could also be said that the pomegranate symbolizes the fruitful coexistence of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, all contributing to a common civilization. Not, we must emphasize, through any perennialist transcendental unity of religions, but through the establishment of common ground, what the Quran calls kalimatun sawa, a common word. قُولَ يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ تَعَلُّوا إِلَى كَلِمَةٍ سَوَاءٍ. Say, O people of the book, let us come to a common word between us. This was, first of all, the affirmation of monotheism and the pursuit of ethical virtues common to all religions. It was also, however, the cultivation of what was called al-ulum al-mushtarak, the shared sciences, or al-ulum al-aqliya, the intellectual disciplines, such as philosophy, qualitative mathematics, natural sciences, literature, arts and crafts, in which different religious perspectives found a shared enterprise of knowledge, virtue, and beauty, presided by metaphysical principles. So, for example, the pursuit of philosophy in Al-Andalus was shared by Muslims such as Ibn Bajjah, Ibn Tufail, and Ibn Rushd, and Jews such as Ibn Gabirol, Ibn Baquda, and Moshe Maimonides. Analogously, the famous synagogue of Toledo, now known as Santa Maria la Blanca, was built by Muslim craftsmen for Jews under a Christian king. I am sure that similar examples can be found in Bosnian history, to which I defer to the specialists in the field. Now, this world of tolerance and coexistence was made possible, above all and beyond the particularities of exceptions, by the all-embracing theological and spiritual vision of the Quran, which affirms all prophets and orders the protection of former religious communities. Outside that historical manifestation of the divine name Al-Muhaymin, the one that guards together, the unity in diversity of the pomegranate in Al-Andalus would turn out to be short-lived and easily transformed into the red juice of spilled blood. In 1492, the same year as the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and the so-called discovery of America, which would serve the European pillage of gold and silver and the colonial exploitation and sometimes genocide of indigenous populations, Granada was conquered by the Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabel de Castile. The coats of arms The coat of arms of the new unified modern state of Spain showed the joint symbols of Castilla and Aragon with a small pomegranate at the bottom, properly subjugated. This iconography did not only mean conquest, but the destruction of a model of civilization. Spain's modern nation and empire would not allow religious diversity, even within Christianity, but would affirm the paramount importance of cleanliness of blood, limpieza de sangre, persecuting through the chastising hand of the Inquisition all suspects of being crypto-Muslims, crypto-Jews, or secret Protestants, and even trying to marginalize or eliminate their descendants. In this, the Catholic monarchs and their inquisitorial advisors, such as Cardinal Cisneros, chose a model that, on the one hand, fitted very well the monochord centralization of the upcoming modern European states, and on the other hand, played out the theological fetters of the then dominant understanding of Catholicism, that of extra ecclesia nulla salus, outside the church there is no salvation, accompanied by the fanatical sanctification of coercion. And yet other possibilities had been available. Medieval Christian kings such as Ferdinand III of Seville or Alfonso X of Toledo, the Wise, had attempted, however frailly and faultedly, a more tolerant pattern of Christian domination, clearly indebted to the Quranic principles displayed in Al-Andalus. In the succeeding centuries of the Spanish Empire, that other model, what could have been but was not to be, continued appearing as if it was a dream in the safer imaginary world of Spanish literature. Such was the case, for example, of the adventures of Don Quixote, a knight who, in his pretended madness, defended the perilous idea that the value of a human being came not from the cleanliness of his blood, but from the virtue of his actions. Cervantes, as we know, was most probably a descendant of Moriscos, had been for years a prisoner in the cosmopolitan Mediterranean city of Algiers. And in his famous novel, he attributes the source of Don Quixote to the work of a Muslim called Cid Hamete Benengeli, whose text the narrator manages to translate with the help of a Morisco he finds in Toledo. Don Quixote, as you all know, becomes mad by reading medieval chivalry novels, but he is in fact also heavily indebted to the tradition of Futua, with which he could have become familiar in Algiers. Futua is the Sufi paradigm of courageous, selfless altruism, often across the borders of religious allegiance. This had become impossible in Spain, and so it could only survive in the fertile terrain of imagination. A contemporary of Cervantes, the Christian Saint John of the Cross, perhaps the greatest poet in Spanish history, was for a period the prior of the Carmelite monastery in Granada. Also a descendant of Moriscos, his poetry is strongly indebted to Sufi treatises and poems, some of which had been recited only 2 centuries before in the zawiyas of Andalusi, Granada. In the 16th century, perhaps sitting under the shadow of a pomegranate tree, in the monastery's cloister, the poet would write in Spanish, "De flores y esmeraldas, en las frescas mañanas escogidas, haremos las guirnaldas en tu amor florecidas." Of flowers and emeralds, picked up in the cool morning, will make garlands blooming in your love. Some commentarists have understood the emeralds in the text to be the red seeds of the pomegranate tree, a symbol of love which had been crushed by the heavy feet of inquisitorial processions and torture. Coming back to 1492, the year of the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and of the conquest of Granada, the inhabitants of the city had been promised by the Catholic monarchs the protection of their lives, properties, and the practice of their religion in the text of the capitulation that marked the city's rendition. Such promises would turn out to be short-lived. Only a few years later, the Muslims in Granada, as well as in the following years, the rest of the Muslim population in Spain, the so-called Mudejares, would be forced to convert to Christianity under the threat of death or expulsion without property or family. The new converts, or Moriscos, a pejorative term meaning little Moors, would cling to Islam in secret, in conditions which became increasingly more difficult and dramatic until their final expulsion in 1609. I still remember vividly how, some years ago, standing on one of the towers of the Alhambra, while gazing at the Andalusi district of Granada, I described in detail the plight of the Moriscos to a visiting Sufi sheikh from Bosnia, who, with his eyes fixed in the old city, listened to the story, visibly moved. Then he related the gathering of the shuyukh of Bosnia at the outbreak of the Bosnian War in 1992, 500 years after the conquest of Granada. The shuyukh were aware that disaster was coming and had to discern the practical and spiritual means of protection. The same nationalism, joined to a fanatic and divisive understanding of religion, and to the obsessive and mythological rewriting of history, led to fire and blood. The flames of the thousands of Arabic books that were burnt in the square of Bab al-Rambla in the center of Granada, following the orders of Cardinal Cisneros. The flames and ashes of the books and manuscripts in the library of Sarajevo. By the way, both Cisneros and Koljevich, who led the firing at Sarajevo's library, were academics. The first was a doctor of the law and philosophy, the second a professor of literature and a Shakespearean scholar. An apt reminder that mere erudition without understanding and inner illumination does not guarantee either true knowledge nor true humanity. During the more than a century that the Moriscos lived in Spain, and then for several decades in their lands that received them, especially in the Ottoman Empire, they would produce a fascinating literature in what is called al-Jamiado. This was 16 or 17 Spanish, written in Arabic letters with idiosyncratic neologisms from the Arabic language. The bulk of Morisco al-Jamiado manuscripts have been gradually discovered in accidental manner, hidden in false walls or floors in villages in the north and the south of Spain. It was undoubtedly a precarious project of unequal literary value, but of extraordinary historical importance. A failed attempt to create in clandestinity or exile the first Islamic voice in a European language. It was perhaps doomed to fail from the beginning, but it sang a song. When in our Sufi Zawiya in modern Granada, we sing the Morisco Maulid poem discovered at the end of the 19th century in the village of Almonacid de la Sierra in an old Spanish idiom which adds to its poignancy. I remember another gathering one evening in Travnik and the singing of the Bosnian translation of Suleiman Chalebi's Mevlid Sharif. Words of love for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in European languages in the midst of Europe. These seeds take us thus to the present and to the situation of contemporary European Muslims and the conditions for survival or flourishing of that civilizational model of the pomegranate. The inquisitorial prosecutors in 17th century Spain, or those Christian priests that encouraged and justified the Bosnian genocide from their pulpits in the 90s, so far away from the gospel's message of love, or the zealots of ISIS or Boko Haram distorting the depth and subtlety of the Islamic tradition with violent slogans, or the Zionist fanatics that consider Palestinians as the descendants of Amalek and hence destined to be exterminated in open defiance of traditional Jewish scholarship. All of them display what the American scholar Hamza Yusuf calls the radioactive wastage of religion. Europeans may believe themselves to be safe from it, but the gradual thinning of all religiosity was not, after all, the Enlightenment project a vaccination against all of that? But as European 20th century history shows, the hole left by the best of spirituality and religion is easily filled with monsters. Sheikh Abdul Hakim Murad, in his masterpiece, Traveling Home, reminds us, European Muslims, that the European far right, given the proper conditions of mass hysteria, can still unleash nightmares, either using identitarian, fanatical religious language, or the language of the new globalized secular orthodoxies. Postmodernism, able utilized by the greedy transnational elites, now add to the Kantian denial of the possibility of metaphysical truth
and Nietzsche's twilight of moral certainty, the refusal of objective knowledge, even biting at the science, the pillar of enlightened modernity. If 4 centuries ago you could be excommunicated, or worse, by publicly doubting the Trinity, now one can be excommunicated in social media by doubting the new orthodoxy of liquid gender. European Muslims must continue the traditional pattern of creating indigenous cultural identities well-rooted in the principles of the Deen. Charles Legay Eaton said that Islam is like a river of pure water that takes the color of the riverbed. In this, Bosnia is undoubtedly a paradigm, and Al-Andalus a fertile map for the possible. European Muslims must connect, accommodate, and invigorate all that is valid in European cultures and traditions, from romantic poetry to public efficiency. These, however, are difficult times for what before we call the ulum al-mushtarak, the common sciences, as they were understood in Al-Andalus or Ottoman Bosnia, because those were predicated on metaphysical principles, on the Platonic transcendentals of unity, truth, virtue, and beauty, and these have receded or even disappeared from the common cultural arena. What remains is the Rawlsian changing liberal consensus conveniently manipulated from behind the scenes. And yet, no matter the spiritual debilitation, in the midst of apparent individual choice and affluence, one thing remains: the inborn capacity of the human heart to intuit and love those Platonic transcendentals. This is what the Quran calls the fitrah, the primordial nature with which the human being is created. La tabdila li khalqillah, says the Quran, meaning, on one hand, that the fitrah should not be changed, but also meaning that despite all the distortions and coverings, deep inside all human beings, the fitrah is not changed. That is also the foundation for what the Islamic tradition called al-Isa al-Adamiyya, human dignity. The Quranic statement, Inna karramna bani Adam, we have indeed ennobled the children of Adam, is surely a more solid foundation for true human rights and responsibilities than the modern declaration of the United Nations. Because if truth, goodness, and beauty are not based on being, are not ontological, then they can be vetoed at convenience by the powerful and obscured by collective ideology or by the personal ego that inhabits all of us. And this being takes us to the most profound and hence necessary meaning of the symbol of the pomegranate. Let us invoke at this point the help, the meded, and the permission, the destur, of the great Andalusian mystic Muhyiddin ibn Arabi, whose works have been quoted or commented on by countless Sufis and scholars in all corners of the Islamic world, from the polymath and vizier of Nasrid Granada ibn al-Khatib to the great Bosnian commentator of the Fusus al-Hikam, Abdullah al-Bosnawi. Known as Sheikh al-Akbar, the greatest master in the Sufi tradition, Ibn Arabi influenced, in spite of his critics, all Sufi orders and their intellectual and artistic manifestations. Central to Ibn Arabi is his understanding, or rather, we should say his verification, tahqiq, of wahdat al-wujud, the unity of being, an expression which he never employed himself, but would be introduced as a kind of shorthand by his authorized followers and commentators, beginning with Sadruddin al-Qunawi. For Ibn Arabi, all created reality is but the ever-changing tajaliyat, manifestation or epiphanies of the divine names, like shapes reflected on water, illuminated by the sun. Creatures are, on one hand, contingent beings, always radically different from God and completely dependent on Him, the one necessary being that creates and recreates them at every moment. Yet that very contingency makes them closer to non-existence than to existence. They are known by God as archetypes, or Yona Thabita, beyond time. But when they come into existence, they only do so by becoming illuminated and subsumed by the light of the only true existent. Like the letters that the calligrapher writes on the blank page, all different and real, and yet all consistent on the level of essential truth of the same ink. Let us clarify for the uninitiated that this is not pantheism. God is always in his unfathomable essence, incomparable, transcendent, the one without partner. It is rather a profound binocular vision, which allows to combine unity and diversity, both in contemplation and experience, in what the Sufis call the spiritual states of jam, unification, and farq, differentiation. As in the famous encounter between Ibn Arabi and the Andalusian philosopher Ibn Rushd, it is at the same time a yes and a no. So the unity of the pomegranate, its single circle of existence, comprises many seeds, each of them different, but a single juice. And the seeds can all be crushed in that essence, in that taste of love. That is precisely, by the way, and there are no coincidences, what Hazrat Hussein in this very day of Ashura did with the juice of love, which was also his very blood. With this understanding, as the contemporary Sufi master Ahmed Shefki Effendi al-Jarrahi likes to repeat, there is no otherness, there is no other. From the perspective of the world of forms, there are, of course, the necessary distinctions of truth and falsehood, good and evil, the necessary injunctions of the sacred law brought by the prophets, the rights attached to every single thing. But from the perspective of haqiqah, or ultimate reality, there is not but the kaleidoscope of tawheed, the displaying of beauty and majesty of the one who guides and the one who misguides, of the one who raises and the one who abases, of the first and the last, of the inner and the outer. Because knowledge based on metaphysical principles believes in essences, contrary to the tenets of liquid postmodernity, we can affirm in a way which is philosophically coherent and not just political, the reality of a human nature. God engraved in Adam the manifestations of all of his names. Adam is therefore an archetype, but also he is each of us. And that is why the Prophet ﷺ said, "La yuminu ahadukum hatta yuhibba li akhihi ma yuhibbu li nafsihi." None of you believe until he loves for his brother what he loves for himself. A brotherhood which, according to the commentators, such as Imam Nawawi, is the brotherhood of insaniya, of humanity, the absence of essential otherness. Such, I believe, is the most profound meaning of the beauty, abundance, and fertility of the pomegranate tree fruit, which once adorned the hearts and minds of enlightened men and women from Samarkand to Al-Andalus, from Bosnia to China. For when all is said and told, it is this people, the purified, illuminated heart, that is the pomegranate, the true contact zone between the visible and the invisible, between us and them. As Hazrat Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi said in the first book of the Mesnevi, if you buy a pomegranate, buy one whose ripeness has caused it to be cleft open with a seed revealing a smile. Its laughter is a blessing, for through its wide open mouth it shows the heart, like a pearl in the jewel box of a spirit. The red anemone laughs too, but through its mouth you glimpse a blackness. A laughing pomegranate brings the whole garden to life. Keeping the company of the holy makes you one of them. Whether you are a stone or marble, you will become a jewel when you reach a human being of heart. Plant the love of the holy ones within your spirit. Don't give your heart to anything but the love of those whose hearts are glad. Don't go to the neighborhood of despair. There is hope. Don't go in the direction of darkness. Suns exist. The heart guides you to the neighborhood of the saints. The body takes you to the prison of water and earth. Give your heart the food of holy friends. Seek maturity from those who have matured. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you especially for expanding our concept of contact zone and adding a spiritual dimension. Our third speaker for today is Amra Panjo, and she's a peace scholar and a peace activist, and the title of her presentation is Living Interreligious Dialogue, the Sarajevo Experience and the Bosnian Identity.
I think I first, jedan, jel dobro? I think I first should ask you to do some gymnastics before we continue. Okay, I will do my best that you have nice time, and I will not take so much time like my colleagues. As I am a woman and I'm taking care about otherness, so I will be, I'm sure, better than them. So I'm coming in totally different field of exploration and life and work. I'm peace activist and I'm peace scholar, and I'm working at this moment on contact zone Sarajevo and Bosnia-Herzegovina. So I have decided I should take somewhere this to change. I have decided to tell you this story based on interfaith tour which I do for different group of foreign people. And actually what I understood that Bosnia and Sarajevo is for them. So what is that contact, what they find when they come here to visit us? In the beginning, several sentences which probably you all know, but it's important to underline and to say. So what is, I would like to say that in my talking, Sarajevo will be kind of nucleus of Bosnian spirit, of Bosnianness, let's say like that. So Sarajevo is the place actually where you can see that physically in some way, but it's actually the Bosnian spirit which is like in concentration circles all around Bosnia. So that otherness which exists in Sarajevo and Bosnia-Herzegovina is something what it is really hard, I think, to define to all people who are living in homogenized environment. Even to some of our Sarajevo and Bosnian people who left and went in diaspora and started to pick up some other mindset. It's really hard. They always come back and tell us, you know, how you can live with Sarajevo, look what they did to you, how you can live with that one, how you can live to this one. And we who are here are in totally different spirit and in totally different feelings. I would say it's something like this park when you look around and you see high tree and you see grass and you see bushes and you know that all of them look different, but actually they all need water, they all need sun, they all need everything what is necessary for life. So being the part of this kind of garden is something what we in Sarajevo and Bosnia-Herzegovina testify all our life. It means that our identity is kind of mosaic, something which is in pieces of these different traditions. And I will tell you that story, try to tell you through the group, as I said, of the people who usually come, and I take them on interfaith tour in Sarajevo. So this is Sarajevo synagogue. This is something what is really, in the same time, while I'm introducing them to the history, they are actually facing the present situation, and we do concrete peace work at that moment. What that mean? This is the only synagogue in Europe which is without police protection. So it didn't change even now, when we have very strong feelings about Gaza and everything what happened there. So that feeling of police who is coming every day to synagogue and say, if you have any problem, please report to us. They even requested people from synagogue to give them the list of all people who will come to visit the synagogue in order to prevent any kind of maybe complicated or violent situation with the Jews of Sarajevo. Respecting our 300-long-year tradition of cooperation between Muslims and Jews, and respecting all of that, what is actually our life. So even those people who come there with me, when I ask them, how do you feel? Do you have any problem? So I'm going again to make alive that Bosnian spirit and Sarajevo spirit. And that's something what is really important. I think that Sheikh Khalid yesterday said we have these levels of civilization, but it is not enough. It's just earth and levels of culture, of spirit. We have to be the one who will be responsible to raise that peace and to work actively every moment for that, to build that pluralism. This is also the picture. Students, a lot of them never been. This group is from United States of America. Some of them never been in synagogue. Mostly they visited churches, and majority of them has never visited mosque. So that will be the main point of contact which I will tell you about. So we are here in the mosque, the Bey Mosque, having discussion with very interesting professor of English from Gazi Husrev Beg Medresa. And he's telling them story about Gazi Husrev Beg. He's telling them the story how he wanted to give all money in Wakuf, but his wife said, please, don't give 10%, keep some money for us that we have nice life. And students are enjoying this kind of real stories about that, how it's going. This is the moment where they usually first time get into the mosque. He recite them the piece of the Quran. They listen that sound, and always at the end there are so many tears. Students report that they have been informed that Muslims are barbarians, that they really do not have a God, that it's something dangerous, that terrorism is coming from that tradition. Introducing them to Islam in the Bosnian way, it's a really kind of, for me, big task for the humanity and generally for the PR of that, what we Muslims could be. We can be also a lot of horrible things. But this is the tradition which is giving the proof of that, how it can be very different. By developing personal attachment to me, to this professor in mosque, and things like that, they are actually developing a relation with Islam. They are developing relation with that unity of this very close building, mosque, church, synagogue. This is also a very, very specific moment for them, also as a contact point when they are actually coming into the shoes of that otherness. When these girls are putting the scarf on their head, they usually want to have a photo and, you know, to feel what is that, and they are said that I'm so beautiful with this, and things like that. After this visit, I usually ask, do somebody would like to pray? And almost 80% of the group always would like to try that. Then my husband come, we take them to take abdest, wudu, how you say in English, yeah, you know, to ritually wash ourselves before the salat, and then they go to the mosque. They are confused where to stand, in front or back or here. They find a place and they pray. There are so many funny stories with our imams when I bring those students who sometimes do not understand or do not let us to do that. But mostly this is the story of enjoyment. It is something where they really feel kind of, and they always say it's so beautiful to pray with the body. We never, even if they are religious people and they pray, they did not experience to pray with the body. And they really like that, and washing and all of that. And it really, it is killing those last underconscious prejudice which they are carrying in themselves. They develop the love, the closeness, they are becoming the contact zone. And then they are going back to their worlds and report on that what they experienced. This is the Orthodox Church we are here putting the candles, Orthodox Church on Basharshia. And in Orthodox Church of Basharshia, I usually say that the typical story, we call it Sarajevo trilogy. What it means? That means when you have any kind of problem, you take the same sum of the money and go in Orthodox Church on Basharshia, in St. Antonius monastery, and ending with the Seven Brothers mosque, turbe with the Seven Brothers. And in each of these institutions, you give the same part of the money, praying for solution of your problem. So that is the Sarajevo trilogy that actually is coming, nobody find really the source, how it come, but it also explain the Bosnian spirit and that what that mean contact zone for understanding of God. You will hardly hear here that there are different gods. People will tell you there are different paths to gods. You can go by this way to the God, by this way to the God, but God is one. Whoever they are, Christians, Catholics, Orthodox, Muslims, Jews. My friend from the United States, she told me, but my mom is pastor, and she wouldn't say that there is one God. She would say that there is a Muslim God and a Christian God. That's something what is really strange for Bosnian understanding of God. So that's something what you get through this different thinking. For example, I remember we have an interreligious choir, Pontanima, here led by Franciscan Ivo Markovic, and they are singing the sacred songs from each tradition. And when they go abroad, they are singing the song La ilaha illallah, something like that. And then some Christians ask them in Europe, why are you telling that? You will become Muslims. Don't do that. And for Bosnians, it's so weird and funny, and they say, Allah is not something so stupid that they know, or God is not something what will say, if I just pronounce that, even if I don't feel that and believe that, I will become Muslim. But there is that kind of prejudice, because there is a saying from the Prophet, if you say La ilaha illallah and things like that. So people know about that superficially, and they are afraid to approach to different tradition. Here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we don't find it. People are mostly free to step into the other tradition, to really feel it. This is a very important also temple of living together here in Sarajevo. Before the war, we used to go on the Christmas Mass, all people from Sarajevo, whoever we are. That was the way that we stay late in the night, that we go on the Mass, and then we continue. You see wonderful last dinner behind the back of the students. And it's not just 12 apostles. There are so many people. That is the idea of the spirituality of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Sarajevo. So it's not just 12 apostles, it's all people who are coming there to have a dinner. This Franciscan monastery was very important for us in the war. We had, when child would be killed, nobody wanted to get into the house of these parents. It was really hard. You don't know if you go there what you will say and how it will happen, what will happen. And first Franciscans would visit with a parcel of food, those families, sit with them and be silent while they start to breathe and to live again. So there are so many things which this, and you will just see in this mosque, you will see just Muslim people get inside, pray Fatiha, and go out. It's a really kind of net of this kind of overlapping. But in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we never had that kind of mixing that so much. So there is no, that it become just one tradition. We freely lived our tradition, understanding and recognizing this other. I'm quoted here, Reusmir Mahmud Čehajć, our famous intellectual who is writing actually about Bosnianness. And what is important, what actually he underlined, that it means that it's moral orientation. That is kind of moral orientation that values all traditions. So that's why I strongly believe that Bosnia as a contact zone have that potential to be paradigm actually for the whole world, for development of this kind of ethic identity, of something what is really universal humanity. It's not because we are so much, let's say, nice. I think we had to do that, and we get chance to do that. Ethnic and religious mixing have forced Sarajevo to live like that. So whenever other people come, you know, they told me several times after the war, but you were so naive, you know, why you did believe to those one who bring so much violence. But actually, you know, we just have to decide to be actively good, not just to be passive. Because sometimes when you are good, you say, Allah will take care about me, and it's fine. But active goodness is something what we do now and what we do with this conference. So Bosnia as a contact zone should not be reaction, she should be action toward policies, with this wonderful idea of the connecting on a European Mediterranean level, and all these things which actually can bring new spirit to the world through the lenses of Bosnia. So one also thing which proved who we are and how that spirit, when is, you know, somebody will say it's a weak spirit. Somebody will say this is when you are mixed like that, you don't know who you are. You cannot be strong enough. But this tunnel of salvation from the war, from the siege, I am one of the survivor of the siege of Sarajevo, shows that Sarajevo people could not be in the siege without finding the way to dig through the dark and through the enemy line to go out. You know, this tunnel of salvation, they tried several times to dig, and they were going like this and just miss each other here, and because they couldn't use machines that, because the enemy would hear that, and they were digging like this in the dark and miss each other. In 6 times they met, and they managed to make a line of humanitarian help and for life for Sarajevo. So this is a proof, that's what we want to prove when we are so gentle and funny, and we are famous by our humor, by our coffee, you know, that it's not something which makes you weak. It's something which gives you strength. It gives you strength that you are not in fear of otherness. It gives you strength that you become really somebody who live life in full. And that's why for the end, I'm giving you the hymn of Sarajevo. I hope it will work. Edibe. Har se pomozi. Ima ova zadnja, sad hoćemo moći. Trebalo bi, ja sam je skila s YouTube-a da može. Samo tipni na ovo. So this is a very old song, but it's very famous. It's about love. It's about 2 neighbors where a woman who is a neighbor say like, what happened with you, Sarajevo guy? You are totally in love. And she's telling like, I have to be in love when I see your beautiful face. And they are telling like, we cannot do like this anymore, like we have to be together. Let's listen our famous Sevdalinka stars, Safet Isovic, and this is interfaith singing, so this woman is a Serbian and the guy is a Bosniak, but it seems that we cannot listen.
žao mi je zbog tebe, Safete, Dilbere, žao mi je zbog tebe. Odreću te kolodvoru svome, da u njemu naše pjesme zvone. Kad me vodi stajo domu svome, nek u njemu naše pjesme zvone. Safete, Dilbere, ovako više ne.
All right. Thank you very much for a very beautiful, inspiring, energetic presentation. We don't know if Haris will be able to live up to this, but he will. We know him. Our last talk of this panel and of this conference, this is the concluding talk, and fittingly, it is for Haris Dervišović from University of Sarajevo, who he and Edip were the real organizers of this conference, did all the logistics. The title is in Latin. I don't know what it means. Genius Loci Bosnensis.
Thank you very much for this kind. Maybe it is better to continue singing than to have the speech. Before I start, Amra told you about this story about the places in Sarajevo, these three places, two churches and a mosque, and if you want to wish come true, you gave the money to tribute to these three places. And because Amra told that Bosnians are famous by their humor, there's a funny story about a student before his exam. He gave the money to these two churches in the mosque, but eventually he didn't pass the test, and this is the story, he tried to sue the Islamic community and the Orthodox Catholic Church because he didn't pass the exam. But I will try, this is one of my ideas. It started years before. There are two ways of pronouncing some of in English it is Genius Loci, Bosnensis, but in Bosnia we say Genius Loci. This is this is idea what Bosnia is. I would try to answer what Bosnia is. For me it is an idea. Bosnia is not only, just a second, I will try to. Bosnia is not only a geographical entity or a fixed ethnocultural fact, but an open concept, a symbolic space, and multivalent sign that resists univocal interpretation. Bosnia is an idea, a cultural phenomenon constituted through layered discourses, spatial configurations, and historical ruptures. My reflections intensified during my work on the interview series titled Bosna Perenis during the 2019 and 2020, which brought together a diverse group of intellectuals and scholars. The aim of this series was not to provide a final definition of Bosnia, but to create a space for polyphonic contemplation. This text, or this paper, seeks to clarify the concept of Genius Loci Bosnensis, the spirit of place, not merely defined by its natural features, but deeply rooted in its symbolic and cultural significance. Rather than relying on fixed narratives, my approach draws on phenomenology, hermeneutics, and post-structuralism. These frameworks allow an understanding of Bosnia as a dynamic location, a place where identity is not simply inherited, but continuously newly understandable. Here, Bosnia is understood as hermeneutic challenge, a space of encounter, stratification, and simultaneous belonging to multiple cultural and civilizational matrices. This Bosnia, or such Bosnia, does not demand a final definition, but rather a capacity to read its layers, fissures, and silences. These traces point to its irreducible complexity. The concept of genius loci, originally rooted in Roman religious imagination, reflected to the spirit of place, that means genius loci, a protective force that endowed each locality with its unique character. In contemporary humanistic thought, this notion has been reinterpreted through the philosophy of space, particularly in the works of Christian Norbert Schulz, Gaston Bachelard, and Edward Casey. Norbert Schulz sees genius or genius loci as the ontological foundation of architectural spatial formation, where place is not neutral backdrop but an existential dimension of human being. Bachelard, in The Poetics of Space, emphasizes the intimacy of subjectivity of space, where the house, mountain, or river are not merely physical, but bearers of affective and imaginative meaning. Edward Casey, in turn, used space as dynamic archive of memory, where remembrance is not stored outside of place, but inseparably bound to it. Applying this concept to the Bosnian context reveals a space that is at once natural landscape and symbolic matrix. Bosnia is a land of mountains, water, and stone, but it is equally a landscape inscribed with events anchored in concrete historical moments. Genius loci is a kind of heterogeneity within homogeneity. It reflects the simultaneous presence of diverse cultures, languages, and religions, as well as their moments of encounter. In this sense, Bosnian space is not merely a backdrop to history, but it is active bearer, an archive of memory, and symbolic resource of identity. Genius loci Bosnensis designates precisely this deep-rootedness of meaning within space, where the natural landscape becomes the nucleus of cultural self-reflections. Bosnia is spatially shaped as territory device landscape in which the north and south emerge as symbolic and ecological counterpoints. The north of the country, Bosnia, is characterized by abundance of rivers, forests, and fertile lowlands, and evoke a sense of lushness and cyclical flow of life, while Herzegovina, the southern region, southern part of the country, is marked by karst geology, deep river canyons, and a stony terrain where water appears not as abundance, but as rarity, and often as a sacred place. This spatial dichotomy reflects a deeper cultural structure, divergent ways of experiencing space. In this context, nature cannot be understood as neutral backdrop to historical events, but as an active form of cultural representation. Rivers, mountains, forests, and stone become symbolic resources that through myths, toponyms, customs, and art, and so on, are transformed into narratives of identity. Water as a source of life, the forest as a space of refuge and resistance, and stone as permanence and boundary All these elements shape a landscape that is densely imbued with meaning. The possibility of ecological hermeneutics of identity in Bosnian context opens a path toward interpreting the natural world as textual, almost literary phenomenon. Identity here is not constructed solely through collective or linguistic belonging, but through a sensibility toward the landscape, its rhythms, its seasons, the sound of river, or scent of damp earth. In a sense, the topography of Bosnia is lived, felt, and remembered. One of the most striking signs of Bosnia's cultural multilayerness is multigraphic character, the simultaneous and historically rooted presence of multiple scripts: Latin, Syriac, Arabic, and Hebrew. Each of these scripts inscribes Bosnia into a distinct civilizational horizon. The Latin script reflects the Western European cultural code. Syriac signifies the Slavic tradition. The Arabic script articulates the presence of Islam, while the Hebrew script bears witness to the enduring presence of Sephardic Jewish community from the 16th century to the present. This complex graphic configuration is not merely a parallel usage of different signs, letters. It constitutes a historical matrix in which identifies intervened and transmitted and remembered. In this context, script functions as more than a tool of a communication. It becomes marker of belonging, but also a medium of difference, a symbol of resistance to monolingualism and cultural homogenization. Bosnian multigraphy testifies to the historical capacity of this space to incorporate difference without the imperative to erase it. It points to a model of coexistence in which diversity is not temporary deviation, but a fundamental ontological condition. Bosnia, when you think about Bosnian Mediterranean, although geographically situated in the interior of the Balkan Peninsula, Bosnia has been culturally shaped at the intersection of two major civilizational matrices, the Mediterranean and the continental. This dual orientation is not the result of geographical determinism, but of historical dynamics and cultural affinities that have made Bosnia a space open to multiple horizons, while also deeply attuned to their intersections. The Mediterranean dimension of Bosnian identity is manifested through its long-standing ties with Adriatic cities and the Adriatic coast, particularly Dubrovnik. Through trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange, Bosnia was integrated into the circulation of ideas that belonged to the broader Mediterranean civilization. Cities such as Počitelj, Mostar, Stolac, and so on, with their spatial configurations and architecture, bear witness to the resonance of Mediterranean influences. At the same time, since the medieval period, Bosnia has also been strongly oriented toward the continental Europe. During the late Middle Ages, the Bosnian kingdom was politically and culturally aligned with Rome and Central Europe. In the Ottoman period, this orientation shifted toward Constantinople, while under Austro-Hungarian rule, the focus was redirected towards Vienna and Central Europe. In the 20th century, following the period of inward-looking regionalism, Bosnia gradually reopened, this time toward global currents, while still preserving the deep semantic layers of its local experience. Bosnia thus belongs to both the Mediterranean and the Balkans, to both West and East, to both North and South. Its identity is formed precisely in that intermediary space where Mediterranean opens meets continental depth, and where local experience is inscribed within broader civilizational flows. Bosnia does not possess singular historical axis. Through throughout the centuries, it has shifted its orientation in response to changing geopolitical and cultural context. This has made its identity both complex and rich, multi-directional and multi-layered. In the early Middle Ages, following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, Bosnia remained within the cultural orbit of Constantinople. During the late medieval period, with the formation of the Bosnian Kingdom, Bosnia increasingly turned toward the West through political, diplomatic, and cultural ties with Central European Kurds and the Papal Curia. With arrival of the Ottomans, Bosnia became part of a world centered on Constantinople. With this framework, new forms of urban culture, legal institutions, and religious practices took shape. Later, the Austro-Hungarian occupation introduced a new dimension. Vienna became the new cultural and administrative center. This continuity of multiple centers, first Constantinople, Rome, Vienna, clearly attests to the fact that Bosnia was never isolated on the periphery, but actively embedded in the diverse civilizational currents. In the 20th century, after a period of regional inwardness, Bosnia gradually reopened, this time as an actor within a globalized, plural, and often fragmented cultural space. This historical variability of orientation does not weaken Bosnian identity. On the contrary, it lends in depth and capacity for adaptation. Another fundamental layer of Bosnian complexity is its Abrahamic tradition, for me very important. The simultaneous presence of Christianity, both Catholicism and Orthodoxy, Islam and Judaism, within relatively small territory, constitutes rarity in broader European contexts. Each of these regions communicates with each other. Together, these traditions have produced a specific mode of cultural interaction, mutual appropriation and recognition. This phenomenon can be interpreted through the concept of cultural neighborhood, a relationship in which differences are not erased, but instead become part of shared horizon. Throughout its history, Bosnia has been formed and shaped as a space of borders, geopolitical, cultural, religious, and so on. Its position at the crossroads of empires, civilizations, and cultures was not peripheral but constitutive element of its identity. Bosnia was the border zone between the Eastern and Western Roman Empire, a point of both division and connection between Rome and Constantinople. In the medieval and early modern periods, it continued to function as a contact zone between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, and with the arrival of the Ottomans as the westernmost frontier of the Islamic world in relation to Christian Europe. A border, however, is not merely a line of division. It is also a topos of encounter, dialogue, and hybridization. The Bosnian example can be interpreted theoretically through the concepts of heterotopia or liminality. Liminality designates a state of transition where identity is not fixed but subject of transformation, while heterotopia refers to spaces that continue multiple layers of meaning. Bosnia belongs neither exclusively to the East nor West, to Islam nor Christianity. It is a place where elements meet, collide, and generate new forms of cultural expression. Bosnia is not a closed historical geographical entity. It is an open, multi-layered cultural phenomenon, an idea that resists simplified interpretations and demands theoretically sophisticated approach. Through the analysis of landscapes, contrast, multi-graphic heritage, Mediterranean, continental, and Abrahamic tradition, Bosnia's role as a border and hybrid space, it becomes evident that Bosnian identity is not built upon unity or homogeneity, but upon the dynamics of differences. Rather than seeking a fixed definition of Bosnia, we must cultivate a hermeneutic sensitivity to its layers and fissures, to the visible and invisible traces that render it recognizable. In this regard, Genius Loci, Bosnensis, is not a closed concept, but an invitation to further reading, to reading Bosnia as a text, as a word, and also as a riddle. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think now we will ask Professor Hadjimelic to come up and give our diplomas, certifications to the participants on the last panel. Mohammed Ayub Khan. And this is also for you. And next we have Emin Anzueta. Next we have Amra Panjo. And yes, Haris Dervišević.
Meni je drago da ja mogu Harisu Derviševiću ovaj certifikat dati, pošto je moj student, pa i asistent, a sada je redovni profesor. Eto, to mi je drago. Se ovako vidim,
And now we would like to thank and honor the man who stood behind this whole organization process, Professor Chazim Hadjimelic. I already got it.